you about your family. You said you had children, so I presume there's a Mrs. Blackwood. Only you never mention her."
"It's no secret. There was a Mrs. Blackwood, but we're divorced. We parted company 6 years ago, on good terms, no bitterness. We'd grown apart, wanted different things. At least Laura did. A different partner, to be exact. But that's fine. 2 of the kids are with her, the older 2 away at university, but we all see plenty of each other. And to tell you the truth, Jane, I quite like being on my own, free to do my own thing."
"Yes, I can understand that," said Jane. The wind was blowing in hard, flattening the grass in the field as they drove back down the track. Jane had been thinking all the way since they left the pub how she would like to ask him not to leave, but to come into the cottage, stay with her. The air between them seemed to tingle with tension and expectation. She didn't need to say anything when they arrived, because he locked the car without a word and followed her into the house. As soon as the door closed, he took her shoulders in both hands and gently pressed her back against the wall, and they were holding each other close. His mouth found hers, and she felt all the cold numbness inside her melting away. The long kiss ended, and Jane laid her head on his shoulder. "Peter's away all week. My friend isn't coming till tomorrow. Please stay with me tonight." He sighed, released her from his arms, guided her towards the living room sofa. He took both her hands in his, shook his head sadly. "Oh, Jane, I'm sorry. That shouldn't have happened. Believe me, there's nothing in the world I'd rather do than stay here with you. And if things were different..." "What things?"
"If you weren't married, if you weren't a vulnerable young woman who hasn't been well, if your husband didn't live here with you, if it wasn't his bed as well as yours we'd be lying in, it would feel so wrong. At least it would for me."
Jane's spirits sank, but she was relieved too. He was right. Once these things started, they were hard to end, like holding a match to a fire that's soon raging out of control, and who knew what destruction and heartache it could lead to. An image flashed into her mind of that fire Brian Armstrong had told her about. Mrs. Mortimer's marital bed, defiled by the sinners, consumed in the flames. Better leave things as they were. A beautiful moment, and nothing more. She nodded. "I understand what you're saying. Peter and I haven't been getting along that well lately. Sometimes we don't seem to be on the same wavelength at all, and he can be really smothering and controlling at times. But I know he loves me and cares about me. I would never want to hurt him."
"Yes, and I wouldn't ever want to be the one to destroy your marriage. Divorce is a horrible, painful business, Jane. Even an amicable one like mine was."
"It's just the first time I met you, I felt an immediate connection with you, Nigel."
"And I felt it too," he said. "And what I'd really like is for us to stay friends. Good friends. Is that all right with you?"
"Of course it is. Good friends." She felt as if she might cry, but fought it back. She smiled at him. "And thanks for the lunch." He squeezed her hand, kissed her cheek, and left. Jane sat for a long time as the sky outside darkened into late afternoon. She picked up the red cushion and hugged it to her chest. No vibrations. It was just a cushion, a nice big soft squishy cushion, a piece of material filled with stuffing. What possible harm could it do? It would be silly locking it away. She put it back on the sofa and got up to close the curtains. It was already 6 o'clock. She might turn on the TV, watch the news, but her phone played its jangling ringtone. It was Peter.
"Hello, darling. Everything all right?"
Yes, everything was fine, she said, and he told her about his flight, the hotel, and he'd had a bit of a stroll around Utrecht, and it was gorgeous, but the weather was as crap as in England. He'd got soaked in the rain and was drying out his wet socks on the radiator.
"Wish you were here with me," he said. "Has Susie arrived yet?"
No, not yet. She's texted me. She'll be here soon. Not exactly a lie. Tomorrow morning was soon. But no point in telling him she would be alone that night. It would only worry him. They talked a bit more. Jane told Peter about Norman Bell's visit, that it had been a bit of a disappointment and revealed nothing of much interest.
"Ha, no surprise there then," he said, sounding relieved. "Darling, I've got to dash. I'm meeting the other physicists down in the lobby in 10 minutes and we're off to find somewhere to eat."
She reassured him again she was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Wished him luck for his conference presentation. "You'll be brilliant as always. Oh, and Peter, I miss you. Love you."
"Love you lots too," he said.
She rang off, put her phone down, and whispered to herself words that had suddenly come into her head. "Love you lots, like jelly tots." She always said that to Angela when she put her to bed for the night, and Angela would answer her back from the cot, "Jelly tots." When they'd gone to choose a headstone for the spot in the cemetery where they'd buried the little jar of ashes, Jane wanted those words, "Love you lots like jelly tots," engraved on it. But Peter said no. Not appropriate, he said. So instead, it just read, Angela Jane Eagle, beloved daughter of Jane and Peter Eagle, aged 1 year, 11 months. Thinking now of that small white marble headstone, the tears she'd been holding back since Nigel left flowed freely, and after she was all cried out, she felt better, quite calm and peaceful. In some ways, she was glad she still hadn't stopped crying for her daughter. It would feel like a betrayal of her memory if she did. She made herself a sandwich for tea, channel hopped on television for a while, then went to bed. It felt strange to be alone, without Peter's familiar head with its tousled hair, dark with grey streaks, on the pillow next to her. But she was tired, so tired, and fell asleep to the sound of the wind moaning. For the first time in months, she slept soundly and dreamlessly through the night. Thank goodness it hadn't rained last night, or Susie's 12-year-old blue Renault would have struggled to make it through the mud and water-filled ruts down the track. And here she came. Jane spotted her familiar smiling face at the wheel and the fair hair spilling out from under a woolly hat. She ran out to greet her, and they were hugging, laughing, smiling, both talking at once. Now that Susie was here, Jane had the feeling that everything was going to be all right. "You weren't wrong when you said this place was out in the sticks," Susie laughed. The blustery wind was tugging at her rainbow-coloured poncho. She pulled it tightly round her. "But oh my God, what a fantastic spot! You're almost falling into the sea." "I know, it's amazing." Jane pulled Susie's little case on wheels into the house, and Susie followed, her arms filled with flowers, chocolates, and carrier bags of goodies. There was so much to tell her, but it could wait. They had plenty of time. Jane filled the kettle, calling from the kitchen, "Take off your poncho, Sus, make yourself at home. I've lit the fire so it's nice and warm." She brought in their mugs of coffee. Susie said, "If I take it off, you'll soon see what my news is, so I'd better tell you." "Oh, of course, your mega exciting news. I'd forgotten all about that. Tell me." Susie lifted her poncho, pointed at the rounded bump of her belly. "This isn't down to one too many donuts. Jane, I'm pregnant." Jane squealed, hugged her. "Why on earth didn't you tell me before? How far gone are you?"
Nearly 30 weeks. Due late January. And I didn't tell you because I was afraid, well, you know, that you'd be upset. Because of Angela. What sort of friend would I be if I was upset? I know you and Mike have been trying for ages. It's wonderful news. Yes, 12 years. 5 failed rounds of IVF. 3 miscarriages. It's been a bumpy ride. But here I am, pushing 40. And this time we've hit the jackpot. Ah, I understand now, said Jane. That time I rang you, just after we'd come here. You sounded a bit off, almost like you didn't want to talk to me. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I just found out we're having a girl, and I thought... You thought if you told me you were going to have a girl, I'd be angry or jealous because I don't have my little girl anymore. Oh, Susie, I'm thrilled for you. I really am. But I feel awful now. Does everyone really think they have to tiptoe around me all the time in case they say something to upset me? I guess so, but that's not your fault. I'm so happy you're okay about it. That's all I needed to know. Let's not talk about it anymore. Susie said that as they were so close to the sea, they must have fish and chips. So they drove to Sea Houses and ate their lunch in the car park at Bamborough. The idea was to have a bracing walk on the beach, but Susie said the wind was much too cold. I guess I must be a town girl at heart. I can't get used to no street lights and no hard pavements under my feet. As they sat in the car, Susie listened quietly while Jane told her all the strange things that had happened. She didn't interrupt or ask questions, just listened. But I haven't seen or heard anything out of the ordinary since the night I saw the figure in the doorway, Jane said. Oh, and there was Norman Bell's stuff with the cushion and the vibrations. Honestly, Susie, you would have been giggling. If it hadn't been so alarming when he couldn't breathe, it would have been really funny. Back at the cottage, Jane poked the log fire back into life, and they settled together on the sofa. Susie said, So, tell me about your weird neighbour. Is she connected to any of this, do you think? I thought so at first, but now I'm not certain. There is something that's puzzling me about her, though. One morning, I saw her in the kitchen, and I could have sworn she was holding a baby, a very little baby. I could have made a mistake, but I know she's been receiving parcels with baby things in. But nobody else seems to think she's got a baby there, and it just doesn't add up. Mrs. Mortimer isn't really the type of person anyone would want to leave their baby with. Her name's Mortimer. How very appropriate. How do you mean? Well, Mort, that's French for death, isn't it? And Mer, that's sea. Her name means Sea of Death. You can rest assured I won't be asking her to babysit this one. She stroked her bump. They both laughed, but Jane felt a cold sensation creeping down her spine. Susie offered no opinion on Jane's experiences, and Jane hadn't yet asked for one. She was just relieved that Susie didn't immediately talk about hallucinations and Jane's schizophrenia diagnosis, or try to reassure her it was all in her mind. But now she'd told her everything, she really wanted to know what her friend made of it all. Please tell me honestly what you think. Is it just me being insane, or could it really be a ghost trying to tell me something? Susie was quiet for a few moments. I really don't know, she said slowly. But when you were telling me about the little girl, I did wonder if perhaps... It's not Angela, if that's what you're thinking, Jane said quickly. This child is nothing like her. I'm not suggesting that. No, what I was thinking is, could the child be you? Me? What on earth do you mean? You've told me before that you had a terrible childhood. Yes, until I was 9 and went to live with Nan. Everything was fine after that. Well,
Would it be possible that your mind has created an image of yourself before the age of 9? A little girl who's lost, unhappy, needing to be loved and nurtured. So you think she's like my neglected inner child, and she's trying to make a connection with me. Doesn't want me to leave her behind in the past. Yes, something like that. I'm not saying that's what's happening, it's just a thought. Jane was silent while she considered the idea. Part of what Susie was suggesting made a kind of sense. I can see what you're saying, she said, but this little girl doesn't look like me. I was plump and ginger, literally a plain Jane. She's slender and pretty, fragile looking, with straight blonde hair, and I never had any Minnie Mouse pyjamas. No, she's definitely not me. Fair enough, said Susie, and moved the conversation on to talk about work and colleagues and shared memories that were funny or happy. For supper, Susie had bought a quiche from the deli in Jesmond, and Jane put potatoes in the oven to bake and made a salad. They were in the kitchen together, chatting, laughing. It was almost completely dark outside, but in here, with Susie beside her, treating her like a normal, rational human being, Jane felt comfortable, relaxed, safe. This is where we really ought to be cracking open a bottle of bubbly, Susie said, only you don't drink and I'm not allowed. She pulled a bottle out of one of the bags she'd brought, so sparkling apple juice it will have to be. The conversation paused for a moment while Jane checked the potatoes. Then, quite suddenly, the security light outside flashed on. A pause. Then there was tapping at the door. A very quiet, but persistent tap, 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 tap. Jane froze. That was tapping on the door, wasn't it? She whispered, staring at Susie. Please tell me you heard it too. Yes, I heard it. Susie stared back, her eyes wide. Mrs. Sea of Death from next door, perhaps. Do you want me to go and see? Yes, please, Jane said, heart pounding. The door was just a few steps away in the lobby next to the kitchen. Jane heard her friend open the door. Hello? Susie called. Hello? Who's there? After a few moments, Susie came back into the kitchen. There was nobody there, she said. Nobody at all. Chapter 17. She had to fix the curtain in the nursery tonight. It wouldn't do to have anyone looking in and seeing the bairns. If only she didn't feel so poorly. Perhaps she could leave it till the morning. Her next door had company, so they wouldn't be snooping around looking through her windows tonight, she was sure. She could hear their bursts of laughter and loud chatter through the wall. But no, it wouldn't take long to screw the detached curtain pole and curtains back in place and hang the new nets. She went into the nursery. The bairns were all tucked up neat and tidy in their cots. The room looked so clean and pretty with the lovely blue and white teddy bear wallpaper she had put up herself. She would need the toolbox and the stepladder at the back of the kitchen broom cupboard. In the kitchen, she turned on the light and suddenly felt she must lean against the sink. Her legs felt wobbly and her head was spinning. No wonder, she thought. She hadn't eaten anything for 3 or was it 4 days? She hadn't been able to face food, and her stomach felt uncomfortably swollen and full despite being empty. Pull yourself together, woman, she scolded herself. Get this job done, then you can go to bed. She let go of the sink, tried to straighten up, and then she was falling. There was a crack and an explosion of pain. Then everything was black. Someone was there, Jane said. She stood in the open doorway while Susie looked out into the darkness. You heard it too, Someone was tapping on the door. It was exactly the same sound I heard before when she tapped on the window. It was her, the little girl, I know it. Susie said, "Yes, it was very quiet tapping. Could it have been an animal, perhaps?" "Oh!" She paused at the door. "Look, I think this is the answer." She was holding a spindly, leafless branch growing from a climbing rosebush next to the door. "I'm sure this is a lovely flower-covered bush in the summer, but it looks pretty bedraggled now, and the wind has snapped this branch half off. That's what must have been tapping against the door. It really is very blustery out here." She shivered, stepped back inside. "So, panic over. If you've got some scissors handy, I'll cut it off." "Oh, right." Jane didn't say anything, but she knew it wasn't a branch in the wind. It was too regular and rhythmic, a fast, insistent tapping. "Have you got a torch?" Susie said. "If it'll make you feel happier, I'll have a little look around, just to make sure there really is nobody there." Jane grabbed the torch from the worktop and linked her arm through Susie's. "I'm coming with you," she said. The night sky was starless and cloudy as they crept out of the house, huddled together against the gusts of wind. Jane flashed the torch onto the field, then over the gravel patch where Susie's car was parked. "There's nothing here. But look, Mrs. Mortimer's kitchen light is on," Jane whispered. "We'd better keep our heads down or she'll see us. We don't want her coming out asking us what we're doing. Let's go round the side and have a look out the front." They crept, bent down low beneath the kitchen window, and came round to the side of the house. A light shone out of the window in the end wall, illuminating a strip of the narrow stone pathway that led to the front. "That's odd," Jane said. "The curtains were always drawn in that window before. There's no curtains there now at all." Before Jane could hold her back, Susie edged towards the window, her back flattened against the wall. "Be careful," Jane hissed. "She might be in there." Susie was at the edge of the window now, craning her neck to see inside. "It's all right. The room's empty." She was quiet for a moment. Then her voice came in an excited squeak. "Jane, come here, quickly. Oh, my God! Have a look at this." Jane hurried to her friend's side, nervously crouching down and peering in over the window ledge. She half expected to see Mrs. Mortimer's white face looming into view any moment on the other side of the glass, but what she did see was even more shocking. They were looking in at a nursery. Teddy bear wallpaper. A pile of soft toys on a white chest of drawers, a table with a changing mat on and an empty feeding bottle. 3 white cots, one under the window, one, a Moses basket on a stand, against the wall to the right, another rocking cradle on the opposite side. A Peter Rabbit mobile, just like the one above Angela's cot, hung from the light shade, and in the cot nearest the window lay a sleeping baby with a dummy in its mouth. A baby so tiny and sweet-looking, Jane's heart ached. Its little clenched fist was curled up next to its face, and in the Moses basket the tufty hair of another baby was just visible. They couldn't see what was in the rocking cradle, but the humped shape under the cot blanket must surely be another baby. Susie and Jane stared at each other. "What the?" Susie whispered. "I don't know," Jane said, her face white. "But let's get back in the house. Quickly, she's left the light on, so she'll be coming back any minute. We'll go back round the front so we don't have to pass her kitchen window again." Back in the house, breathless, Jane said, "I knew I was right. I knew I hadn't made a mistake when I saw her with that baby before. What on earth do you think is going on?" "Well, it's obvious she must be doing some sort of fostering. You can't be a foster parent or even a childminder without going through a whole lot of rigmarole, being registered and checked and so on. She must be doing it on the quiet, illegally. That's why she's kept it a secret."
And that's why the curtains were always drawn at that window. But what I can't understand is how and when these babies arrive, or leave. There's not much traffic down the track. Even the postal deliveries they've started to leave up at the farm now. There's Mrs. Mortimer's Asda delivery, and the lads from the farm bring the wheelie bins to and from the road once a week on the back of their tractor for us. Hey, you don't think the babies are being smuggled inside the bins, do you? Doubtful, said Susie, not to mention unhygienic. I have to say, those babies looked clean and well cared for, from the brief glimpse we had of them. The other thing I can't understand, said Jane, is why I've never heard a baby crying. A child, yes, not a baby. As you'll soon discover, newborns cry an awful lot, and they're loud. I reckon you could have heard Angela bawling from half a mile away, yet all we ever hear through next door's wall is her television. Oh, and I remember now, I had a conversation with Mrs. Mortimer soon after we came here when she claimed she didn't know anything about babies, and that if I heard what sounded like a baby, it was probably a seagull. That is very suspicious. Like she was trying to put you off the scent. Susie took the quiche and the potatoes out of the oven. Come on, let's eat. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. They set the food out, and Jane took a couple of mouthfuls, her brain whirring. She put down her fork and stared at Susie. Of course. I've got it. She must be drugging them to keep them quiet. She's dosing them with some sort of sedative that makes them sleep. Poor little things. But whose children are they? Why are they there? Some kind of illegal adoption racket, do you think? People wanting to adopt but being turned down, or just put off by all the red tape. There's probably big money to be made selling babies. Yes, maybe. Or something even worse, Jane said. What? You mean paedophile rings? Oh, God, no, that's horrific. They're just babies. I don't even want to go there, Susie said, instinctively putting a protective hand over her belly. So, what on earth are we going to do about this? Jane said. She pushed her plate away. She had suddenly lost her appetite. What can we do? Tell someone? Yes, I think we should, Susie said. The police? Social services? Would they believe us, do you think? Maybe, maybe not. But other than us forcing our way in and challenging her, which, quite frankly, I don't fancy from what you've told me about the woman, what else could we do? Jane grabbed her phone. I know. I'll ring Nigel Blackwood. He owns the property. He'll have a key. And he's a big, strong guy. I'm sure he'll help. Nigel's phone rang, then switched to voicemail. Where was he? Jane wondered. After the beep, she said, Nigel, it's Jane. Can you call me back? There's a bit of a problem here. Well, at Mrs. Mortimer's, actually. It's quite urgent. Thanks. Jane felt relieved. Nigel would sort it out, she was sure. She made fresh coffee, and Susie cracked open the mint chocolates. They settled themselves on the sofa. Jane's phone jangled. Nigel? No, it was Peter. All well there, darling? Yes, of course. Susie's here. We're having a nice time. Susie pulled a face, mouthed, Tell him, pointing her finger towards next door. Jane shook her head. What was the point of worrying him? She could tell him all about the babies once he was home, and Nigel had found out exactly what the situation was. Peter started to tell her about the conference, the contacts he'd made that could come in useful, the exciting developments in the world of theoretical physics, the big presentation he was going to do tomorrow and was a bit nervous about. Jane listened with half an ear, conscious that Nigel might be trying to get back to her. You'll have to tell me all about it tomorrow, she said eventually. I've got to go now, Peter. There's an apple pie in the oven, and I think I can smell it burning. Once she'd hung up, Susie lifted an eyebrow. Apple pie? I didn't know that was on the menu tonight.
It isn't. I just needed to get rid of him, and while he was droning on, I had an amazing thought. A thought that explains everything. Go on. That tapping on the door? I don't think it was the rosebush branch. It was her, my little spirit girl. She wanted me to come and look through that window, can't you see? It's obvious to me now. She knew what was happening to those poor babies, and she doesn't want me to leave the cottage until I've discovered Mrs. Mortimer's secret, helped to rescue them. So how do you think she knew about it? Why has she picked on you to expose the situation? Those are the sort of questions I really can't answer, Jane said. Her face was shining with excitement. I suppose she could have been an older child, looked after by Mrs. Mortimer in the past. Something very bad must have happened to her, and she lost her life. But now she wants to save the other children. As for why she's picked on me, well, maybe I'm psychic, I don't know. I'll be honest, I've never believed in an afterlife, ghosts, all that sort of thing, Susie said. I can't imagine meeting up with all those dead relatives I'd really rather not have to see again. I know what you mean. I'd love nothing more than to think I'll get to see Angela again, and Nan, of course. Jane gave a bitter laugh. But on the other hand, I wouldn't want my late mother to come lurching out of the clouds towards me in her vomit-stained nightie, clutching a bottle of gin. Awful thought, Susie agreed. But you do obviously believe in ghosts. Well, this ghost, anyway. Have you ever had any experiences like it before? Jane was quiet for a moment, gazing into the crackling fire. Yes, I have. I don't believe in heaven and hell, but I'm sure that the spirit lives on in some kind of alternative dimension. The psychiatrist I told said what I saw was obviously the first sign of one of my schizophrenic episodes, but I don't think it was. It was after I'd left Nan's and started my business studies course at Newcastle College. I was sharing a little terraced house in Gateshead with 4 other girls. I remember that evening. It was summer, warm, a Friday. The other girls were getting ready for a night out on the town, but as usual, I was stopping in, reading, listening to the radio. The 6 o'clock news had just come on. I looked out of the window and saw her, my Nan, on the pavement outside. I can see her there now, wearing her navy blue summer coat, the smart one she saved for special occasions. But she didn't have her handbag with her. I thought that was odd. I threw open the window, called out to her. "What are you doing there, Nan?" Something must be wrong if she'd come up from Durham on the train or bus just to see me, but she looked up at me and smiled. A lovely, beaming smile, so I knew she was all right. I said, "Hang on, Nan, I'll come down and let you in." "I think I know what you're going to say," Susie said quietly. "When you came down, there was nobody there." That's right. I looked up and down the street, and there wasn't a sign of her. The guy from next door was sitting on his front step smoking a tab. He said he'd been there 20 minutes and hadn't seen anyone. I couldn't think where she could have gone. I even went up the road looking. Later on, I rang Nan's number, but there was no answer. But an hour or so after that, I got a call from Betty, her next-door neighbour. She'd noticed Nan's milk still on the doorstep from the morning, so went round to check, and found her on the bathroom floor. She'd had a stroke. Betty called 999, but Nan passed away in the ambulance on her way to the hospital. I asked Betty what time that would have been, and she said 6 o'clock. Yes. Apart from the psychiatrist, I've never told anyone until now, not even Peter. But I know I saw her, and I know she came to say goodbye to me. And did you ever see her again after that? Not see, heard. Angela was only a couple of months old, and I drove up to Holtwhistle to show her off to my Auntie Mary, Nan's sister. She's died since, but she was my only living relative then. I was driving back down the A69. It was getting dark, and I was deathly tired. I'd been up most of the night with Angela, and I must have fallen asleep at the wheel, because the next thing I remember was hearing Nan's voice from the back seat of the car, shouting, "Wake up, Flower!" She always called me Flower. I opened my eyes and realised I was veering off to the wrong side of the road, so I swerved back just in time to dodge a big lorry coming towards me. I pulled over. I was trembling from head to foot, looked in the back seat, and of course there was nobody there except Angela, fast asleep in her baby seat. Wow, that's some story. So your Nan saved your life. But you've never seen or heard her since? Not really. Sometimes I hear her voice quite clearly in my head, saying things she would have said if she'd been alive. Usually it's kind and encouraging things, but sometimes she's scolding me, giving me wrong, as she would have put it, telling me to pull my socks up. That was one of her favourite expressions. Of course, the doctors would say hearing voices is all parts of my schizophrenia diagnosis, but I don't care what it is. I like to hear her voice. It reassures me. I did love Nan, and she loved me. I know, Susie said. You're a very sensitive person. Maybe you're just more in tune with these things than most of us. The two women sat together in silent companionship for a while. Jane felt herself beginning to relax, her taut muscles loosening, but she couldn't forget the sight of those tiny babies tucked in their cribs. And why hadn't Nigel got back in touch? There was nothing they could do tonight, but if Nigel hadn't responded by tomorrow morning, they would have to think of another plan. At least she would sleep safe and easy, knowing Susie was there in the room next to hers. Sorry you're having to squash in with all Peter's books and journals and lecture notes, Jane said as they went upstairs. But if you can't sleep, you can always read up on quantum theory and black holes and stuff. Ha ha, Susie laughed. I don't think so. I tried reading Stephen Hawking's book once, got to about page 5 when my brain collapsed. Stephen Hawking was Peter's big hero. Did you know he said that time travel might be a possibility one day? Peter explained it to me once, something to do with what they call wormholes, tunnels they think could connect 2 points in space-time. So where would you go then, Jane? Back in time or forward? Jane knew what she wanted to say, that she would go back in time to when Angela fell ill and put right all of those if-onlys. But instead she said, "Geez, what a question. I don't know." Jane fell asleep quickly. The sea was loud and restless tonight, but she'd grown used to it, and the sound of the waves soothed her. But a couple of hours later, she was wide awake again and going over the events of last night. Something Susie said was bothering her. Her speculation that Mrs. Mortimer might be part of some illegal setup, trafficking babies for adoption. But where could the babies come from? And then came a memory of a documentary she'd watched some time ago about Chinese babies, abandoned and unwanted, particularly baby girls, and European and American couples trying to adopt them. China. 2 Chinese doctors were in their Gosforth flat at the moment. Peter knew them. Peter was in regular touch with them. Peter was the one who was so keen to move to this particular cottage, who seemed to get on better than she did with Mrs. Mortimer. Peter, the one who was sure everything she'd seen, everything she'd heard, was down to her mental illness. The one who was always on at her to take medication that made her drowsy and lethargic. Oh no, not Peter, surely. The man she'd always trusted, relied upon, loved. The father of her child. And, yes, what about the little girl? She didn't know how he'd done it, But he was a very clever man, and it could all be some sort of elaborate charade he had concocted to make her think she was really going mad, to make sure nobody would ever believe anything she said. But now Susie had seen those babies too, so they'd have to believe that. She was out of bed, across the landing, shaking Susie awake. "Susie, Susie, I think I know what's happening. I think it's him. It's Peter." Chapter 18. "So, hang on a minute. Let's just get to the gist of what you're saying." Susie, still bleary with sleep and blinking in the sudden light Jane had snapped on, propped herself up on one elbow. "You think Peter is somehow involved in some underground racket selling Chinese babies off to British couples, and the woman next door is part of that?" "Yes, it's only a theory, but the more I think about it, the more it fits." "But then you're saying that Peter could be gaslighting you, as they say, setting up situations and ghostly happenings to try to get you back on medication that fogs up your brain and makes you more reliant on him." Jane was clutching Susie's arms so tightly her fingernails dug into her skin. Yes, that's exactly it. Oh, God, I can see it all now. He was the one who wanted to come and live out here. He's the one who makes all the decisions. For heaven's sake, he wouldn't even let me choose the inscription on my own daughter's memorial stone. He's a total control freak, Susie, and I'm only just beginning to realise it. I should have listened to those other girls in the office. They warned me, you know. They said I was just looking for a father figure. He was much too old for me, that's what they said. You must have known it too. You're my closest friend. Why didn't you say anything?" Susie sighed. She gently prized Jane's fingers from her arm. "Jane," she said, "you know I usually listen to everything you say. Never try to interrupt or argue or be judgmental. But just for this once, I want you to listen to me. You're going to tell me I'm a crazy, paranoid bitch, aren't you? No. I'm just going to tell you the truth. And the truth is that Peter would never have anything to do with something like that. He's a good man, and I could see that from the start. Have you forgotten how totally crazy about him you were back then? How you said he was your rock, made you feel totally safe and cared for? I wouldn't have dreamed of trying to put you off him just because he was so much older. You loved him, and he loves the bones of you. I'm sure of that. Yes, he may be too much into controlling parent mode at times, but it's only because he cares so much. How come you know so much about what he thinks and feels?" Jane got up from the bed and paced round the room, her hands combing through her wild hair. "I wasn't going to say anything," Susie said quietly. "I usually make it a rule not to pass on private conversations. But in this case, I think I have to tell you something." Susie turned back the covers and sat on the side of the bed. She patted the bed next to her. "Please, just sit down here and listen to me." Jane's head ached, thoughts and suspicions tumbling in a muddled confusion in her brain. Who could she trust? Was Susie part of this too? But she sat down. "All right," she said. "I saw Peter at work a couple of weeks ago. I'd popped into the atrium for a coffee, and there he was, sitting on his own in a corner. And Jane, he looked awful, distraught. He'd taken his glasses off and had his face in his hands. I thought he might be crying. I couldn't ignore him in distress like that, so I went over and asked him if he was all right. He didn't say anything for a while, and when he did look at me, it was like he didn't even recognize me for a moment. Then he told me he'd just had to walk out of a lecture. He was in such a state, he couldn't cope. They'd told him to go home and take a few days off. He did take some days off, yes, but he never told me any of this. He said it was so he could prepare for the Utrecht conference, but I did wonder at the time if he was doing it to keep an eye on me. I don't get it. Why was he so upset? Why didn't he tell me if something was wrong?" Because he's treading on eggshells all the time, not wanting to do or say anything to upset you, send you spiralling back into another episode. And when he told me about the things you'd been seeing and hearing, he's so worried, and he doesn't know what to do to help you. The strain of it all is getting too much. Oh, it's all my fault then, is it? Jane said bitterly. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not putting any blame on you. I'm just trying to explain, help you understand things from Peter's point of view. And have you ever thought about how losing Angela affected him? He told me he was so wrapped up in dealing with your grief, he hadn't been able to grieve properly himself, and now it was all coming out and he didn't know how to handle it. He felt he couldn't share those feelings with you because you needed him to be the strong one, the one that does all the supporting. Sounds like you had a really good heart-to-heart. I bet he told you all about me and Nigel, how jealous he is. Susie's eyes widened. No, he never said anything about that. You mean you and this Nigel guy are... No, well, but no, we've agreed to be just friends. But Peter thinks it's something more. I know he does. Poor Peter. No wonder he was in a bad way. And he told me about the conference in the Netherlands, said he couldn't go because he didn't want to leave you on your own. Jane leapt up, her eyes blazing with venom at Susie. Oh, I get it now. I see. You never wanted to come and visit me, did you? It's all lies and pretense. You're not really my friend at all. You're only here, aren't you, because poor suffering Saint Peter asked you? No, begged you to come and keep watch on me while he was away, make sure I behaved, didn't get up to anything with Nigel. Tears blurred Susie's eyes. She said, No, that's not it at all. You've got it all wrong. I'm here because you're my friend. I wanted to see you, and I thought you trusted me. Peter never asked me to come. He never mentioned Nigel, or that he suspected you of having an affair. And another thing, when I told him I was pregnant, it was him who said not to tell you yet, in case you got upset. You probably won't believe me, but that is the absolute truth. Why should I believe you? For all I know, you're part of this whole crazy conspiracy, or whatever it is, along with Peter and Mrs. Mortimer. Maybe. No. Susie jumped up, pulled Jane back beside her. I can't let you go on talking like this. How could I be involved? It was me who first saw those babies. Told you to come and look, remember? I'd hardly have done that if I was something to do with it, would I? I'm really hurt you could even think that about me. Especially in case you had forgotten. I'm about to have a baby myself. Jane paused, staring at her hands, exhaled a long, slow breath. Her whole body slumped and crumpled as if shrinking, deflating. Susie was right. How could she have forgotten about her best friend's pregnancy, about how excited she and Mike must be after trying for a baby all those years? She had never once asked Susie about her plans, how the pregnancy had gone so far, what names they'd chosen, where she was going to have the baby. It had all been about her, Jane. Me. Susie hadn't said as much. She was too kind. But now Jane began to see herself for what she must really seem, self-absorbed, paranoid, and wrong. I'm sorry, she whispered. She laid her head on Susie's shoulder, and Susie put her arm round her. It's fine, Susie said. It's all going to be all right. We'll forget we ever had this conversation, shall we? I wish I could. But you can't rub out the past, can you? You can't unsay things you've said or undo things you've done. And I wish now I hadn't said those things about Peter. He may be annoyingly pompous and fussy at times, but I do miss him. They both knew there would be no more sleep for them that night. Susie went to the kitchen to brew up some tea. Jane opened her bedroom window, letting in a blast of icy cold sea air to clear her head. Blow away the cobwebs, Peter would have said. Jane smiled, thinking of him. Yes, she even missed his irritating sayings. It would soon be dawn, the sun a faint glimmer on the dark horizon. The turbulent winds of yesterday were dropping now to a light breeze, gently ruffling the surface of the sea. They sat together on Jane's bed, cradling their mugs, and watched the dawn break in streaks of red and gold under a huge low canopy of purple-grey cloud rolling in towards the land. "It's so beautiful," Susie said. "Those colours. You should capture this in one of your paintings." "I might," she said, but painting was the last thing on her mind. She picked up her phone. Still no message from Nigel. She tried to call him. "I can't get through to Nigel," she said. "It says emergency calls only. There often seems to be a problem with the signal here, especially if the weather's been dodgy." "So there's not much we can do at the moment," said Susie. "We could try the police, but I don't think they consider this an emergency. Like I said last night, the babies looked as if they were well cared for. Apart from probably being drugged up to keep them quiet." Jane stood, gathering up the empty tea mugs. "I suppose we could try contacting social services," Susie said. "It's a Sunday. Will anybody be there? There must be an emergency number, when we can get a signal, of course. But quite honestly, I think what we need now is a hearty breakfast and then a good long walk in the fresh air. Looks like it's going to be quite a nice day. Then, when we get back, you can try your friend Nigel again." They worked together in the kitchen, making coffee, frying bacon and eggs and tomatoes, buttering big slabs of toast. Jane was still feeling ashamed of her outburst, but the air between them had cleared, and she felt calm. Then she heard a scratchy noise at the kitchen window. Her stomach flipped, but she turned to look. It was only Mrs. Mortimer's cat who had jumped onto the windowsill and was staring at her, its mouth stretched wide in a silent meow. "What's the matter with you, cat?" Jane said. The cat's eyes, she noticed, were a strange orange colour, flecked with green. Cats' eyes, with their vertical slits for pupils, had always seemed malevolent to her. "It gives me the creeps, that cat," she said to Susie. "Just ignore it, then," Susie said, and they sat down to their breakfast. But Jane was aware of the cat's eyes glaring at her all the time, and now it was scraping its paws up and down the glass. "It definitely wants your attention," Susie laughed. They put on their coats and walking boots. It looked promising weather for a walk, bright and clear, only a little breezy. Jane picked up her phone and checked it again. Still nothing from Nigel. Susie said, "Let's leave our phones here, Jane. You'll only be checking yours every few minutes. Just for once, let's be out and about and free. Nobody can get to us, and we can forget what might be happening next door just for a little while, anyway." As they came out, the cat was waiting for them. It sidled round Jane's legs, meowing loudly. "Shoo! Go away, go back," she said. "Whatever's the matter with it? What does it want?" They set off up the track, the cat trotting after them. "Oh, don't say the bloody thing's going to follow us all the way," Susie laughed. But they'd not gone as far as the bend when gradually the cat fell further behind, and it soon turned around and slipped back through the cat flap in Mrs. Mortimer's door. Near the top of the track, they followed the signpost to the coastal path, which led round the top of the field, then down towards the sea again. Jane pointed out the jagged outline of Dunstable Castle in the distance. "It's a bit too far to walk there today," she said, "but we could go to Embleton Bay tomorrow, walk along to the castle from there." "Or we could take my car," Susie said, rubbing her thighs. "My legs are beginning to ache already. It's these varicose veins. one of the delights of pregnancy. They rested a while, sitting on a rock and looking out at the vast expanse of sea and sky. The air smelt fresh and cool and clean. "Have you thought about getting your own car? It's beautiful here, of course, but what do you do all day when Peter's at work? I know it's peaceful, but this time of year it's too wild, too empty. The isolation can't be good for your mental health." Susie said. "Yes, I know. Peter thought the crowds and noise of the city were making me worse, but that's just what I miss. If you had your own car, you could drive to town. You could go shopping, pop into the uni office to see everyone, come out with me for coffee. You could explore all the towns and villages round here too, join things, talk to people, keep busy." "Yes, but we're only here for a few more weeks," Jane said. "You're right, though. I would like my own car. Just the independence of it, not having to rely on Peter to take me everywhere. But I don't think we could afford it. Renting the cottage is costing us a fortune, even with the income from letting out our Newcastle flat." They'd been out for an hour when it began to spot with rain. They pulled their coat hoods up and headed back the way they'd come. Jane didn't say anything, but she was wishing she had her phone, just in case Nigel had got her message and was trying to get through. As they passed the farm, Brian Armstrong was in the yard, heaving a hay bale into the barn. He spotted them, waved, and called out, hurrying towards the gate. Jane could see he wanted to tell her something. "Jane," he said, wagging his finger down the track, "you'd better know there's been something going on down there. You just missed the ambulance. It was down there half an hour ago, blue lights going, sirens blaring, set the dogs off barking. Then just a few minutes later it came back up. I'd seen you and your friend going off on your walk a while back, so I knew it wasn't you. I hope it's not your husband." "No, he's away at the moment." "Oh dear, something must be up with Mrs. Mortimer." "Aye, reckon so. Our Adam saw her when he was down fetching the bins last week. Said she looked very poorly, thin as a skeleton," he said. "And I've seen nothing of her at all for a week or so," Jane said. "Her cat was trying to get our attention this morning. We never thought something might be wrong with her." "Well, she must have been well enough to ring for an ambulance, so that's a good sign," Brian said. "Poor old Peggy. She never goes out, hates being away from home. She'll not like it, being in hospital, having strangers prodding and poking and asking questions." Jane and Susie stared at each other as they headed back down the track. "What on earth do you think has happened?" Jane said. "I don't know, but maybe the cat was trying to get our attention because it wanted us to feed it if Mrs. Mortimer had an accident or was taken ill," Susie said. Jane clutched her arm. "Never mind the cat," she said. "What about the babies? Do you think the ambulance people found them, took them away?" "I hope so, but if they didn't know they were there, oh, Susie, there's no one looking after them." They began to run. The tyre marks left by the ambulance were clearly visible in the churned-up mud as they approached. "Her door's probably locked," Jane said. "Hang on, I'll get my phone, try to get hold of Nigel again. If I can't, we'll have to get the police to break the door down." She stumbled into the kitchen, grabbed her phone. There was a voicemail, and it was Nigel. "Hi, Jane. Sorry, only just got your message from last night. I'm on my way over." The message was timed at 9:30, about the time they'd just left on their walk, so he must have arrived while they were out, decided to drop in on Mrs. Mortimer, found her, and called the ambulance. Susie was waiting by Mrs. Mortimer's door. "It's open. The door. Look, someone forced their way in. The glass panel's been smashed in. There must have been an intruder. Someone attacked her. How awful." Jane told her about Nigel. "It was probably him who had to break in, so don't let's jump to conclusions yet. Come on, let's see if those babies are still there, and let's hope to God they're okay." The cat glared at them as they came in. It stalked over to its food bowl and sat by it, watching their every move. They trod carefully over the splinters of broken glass. The floor felt slippery and sticky under their feet. It was blood. Blood drops on the floor, blood smears on the kitchen unit. Jane's heart was pounding. Which room were the babies in? The small kitchen led into the living room. Everything in the little house was neat and immaculate, sterile, bare of ornaments, books, or clutter. There was a door on the right, slightly ajar. "This must be it," Jane said. She turned to Susie. "You go in there, Suze. I don't think I want to see if something horrible has happened." Susie pushed the door open. She stood hesitantly in the doorway, Jane peering nervously over her shoulder. The light must have been left on all night, illuminating the little nursery with the teddy bear wallpaper and the 3 neat cots. And tucked up in the cots were the babies, eyes closed, completely silent and motionless. Jane stepped back. "Oh, my God, they're too still, too quiet," she whispered. Her knees felt as if they might buckle. She squeezed her eyes shut. "I can't bear it. I can't look at them. They're not alive, are they?" "You're right. They're not alive." It was a woman's voice, but not Susie's, and she was standing right behind them. Chapter 19. The stranger standing behind them was middle-aged and plump, with a florid face, big hoop earrings, and yellowy blonde hair in a short bob. For a long moment, they all stared at each other. "Who are you?" Jane said at last. "Ha! I was just going to ask you the same thing." Her tone was friendly, unconcerned. She smiled at them. "I'm Peggy's sister, Beryl Clark. And you are?" "Jane Eagle. I live next door," Jane said. "This is my friend Susie. The door wasn't locked, so we came in. We were so worried. We saw the babies through the window last night. And quite honestly, I can't understand why we're standing here having this conversation next to a room with 3 babies in it who are—" She couldn't bring herself to say the word. "Dead." "What in heaven's name's happened to them?" Her voice rose to a panic-stricken shriek. The woman burst out laughing. What is the matter with her? Jane thought. Is she completely mad? Jane wanted to fly at her, slap her fat pink face. "Oh dear, you have got the wrong end of the stick, haven't you?" Beryl Clark was still tittering. "Oh well, it wouldn't be the first time. Don't upset yourself, dear, they're not dead." "But you said—" Jane began. The woman brushed past them and strode into the nursery. She picked up the baby lying in the cot beneath the windowsill. Jane saw its legs dangling as the shawl it was wrapped in fell away, its little downy head wobbling. And then, shockingly, the woman turned and in one swift move lobbed the baby towards Jane, just as if she was passing a rugby ball. "Here you are, take a look at it," she chuckled. Jane was still frozen in horror, but Susie lunged forward to catch it, clutched it to her chest. Slowly she studied its sleeping face, touched its hand, its feet. Her shoulders dropped with relief. She looked up, smiled, almost laughed. "Ah, I get it. It's not a baby," she said. "It's just a doll." "No, that's never a doll. It's too real," Jane gasped, still dazed with shock. "That's the whole idea. They're meant to look realistic," Beryl Clark said, taking the fake baby out of Susie's arms. She cradled it, unbuttoning the top of its pink sleep suit. "Look, you can see its body now. That's not a real baby, is it?" The body was made of some sort of softly stuffed pink material, sewn up in the middle and attached to the head. And, by the way, we don't call them dolls. They're reborns. Beautiful, aren't they? Works of art. Jane wanted to say, "No, they're grotesque, horrific." But she said nothing. Beryl Clark was now busy showing them the other 2 dolls, pointing out their perfect little fingernails and toenails, the delicately rooted baby hair and eyelashes, the soft, pliant mouths that opened so you could see the gums and tongue inside. You can put a dummy in its mouth or a feeding bottle, but of course they can't drink. You have to block the teat and use fake milk. Susie and Jane watched the demonstration, speechless. They exchanged, "Are we dreaming this?" looks with each other. Beryl flung open the cupboard door. "Peggy loves the dressing up bit best," she said, sweeping her hand towards shelves neatly stacked with piles of baby clothes. "Oh, and look, she's got another one in here. It's a silicone. I don't think she liked it as much as the cloth body ones, and I know what she means. Their bodies may look more real, but they don't feel so much like a real baby when you hold them. But you can give them a proper bath, so some people prefer them. I think this model comes with a detachable umbilical cord, but Peggy must have thrown that away. I'll admit that was a bit yucky." Out of the cupboard, she pulled a naked newborn-sized boy, perfect in every detail. It flopped in her hands, its arms and legs wobbling, its head lolled to one side. Unlike the others, its eyes were open, glassy blue eyes staring fixedly right at Jane, and all she could think was that it looked like something from a mortuary slab. She had a sudden memory of a hospital room, a tangle of monitors, tubes and wires being gently removed from her precious child on the bed, looking so small, so fragile, so still. A nurse saying quietly, "Would you like to hold her for a while?" Then the limp body, still warm, being placed in her arms, and her whole world crashing down around her. A sob escaped her lips, and she ran out of the house, straight into the arms of Nigel Blackwood. He held her steady. "Jane, there you are. I've been trying to ring you all morning, and what a morning it's been." Jane couldn't speak. She was trembling, gasping in great gulps of breath. Susie and Beryl joined them. "Are you all right?" Susie said, rushing to her side. "Never mind about me," she said, recovering her composure. "How about Mrs. Mortimer? What happened?" "Perhaps we should all go into your house," Nigel said. "We can catch our breath, have a cup of coffee, and I'll explain what's happened." Jane couldn't get over Beryl being Mrs. Mortimer's sister. She was her exact opposite in every way, not just in looks, but in her chatty, exuberant manner. She was bustling round the kitchen, taking charge of the coffee-making. She didn't seem in the least bit subdued, considering her sister had just been rushed to hospital. "Have you got any biscuits, pet? Chocolate ones, by any chance?" "No? Oh, that's a pity. I could do with a treat after the morning I've had." It was some time before she stopped talking long enough for Nigel to tell his story. "Sorry I didn't get your message till this morning," he explained. "I've got a stinker of a cold at the moment, so I had a really early night last night, turned my phone off, and I didn't look at it till this morning. I rang you back straight away, but you weren't picking up." "No, we'd gone out on a walk and didn't take our phones." "Oh, I see. Anyway, it sounded urgent, so I came straight over. Knocked on your door, but obviously you were out. So, as you said in your phone message, there was some problem at Mrs. Mortimer's. I went over there. Couldn't get an answer, and the kitchen light was still on, but the door was locked. I thought about going over to the office to collect a spare key, but I reckon something might have happened to Peggy, and it could be an emergency, so I managed to smash a glass pane in the door. Luckily, she'd left the key in the lock the other side, and I could just about reach it. Poor Peggy was on the kitchen floor, not conscious, but I checked, and she was still breathing. She had a nasty gash on her head." "Had someone attacked her?" Jane asked. "I thought so at first, but unless she'd let them in herself, how would they have got in with the door locked? And how would they have locked it from the inside when they left?" "We were in all evening," Susie said. "I'm sure we would have heard if anything like that was going on next door." "That's right. So I think she must have passed out, or slipped,
and bashed her head on the side of the worktop as she fell. I called an ambulance right away. They took about half an hour to arrive. I can tell you, I was worried all the time I was waiting. She'd gone a very nasty grey colour, wasn't responding to me at all. The paramedics gave her oxygen and patched her up, stopped the bleeding. And then Mr. Blackwood followed the ambulance in his car all the way to A&E at Cramlington Hospital, said Beryl. By then she'd come round a bit, and they were asking her for the name of next of kin. Apparently she said she hadn't got any next of kin, but Mr. Blackwood remembered she had a sister, and eventually they got my number out of her. Fortunately, I'm only in Blyth, so I was there in a jiffy, and she'd already been stitched up and admitted to the ward. They're going to keep an eye on her for a couple of days at least. The doctor I spoke to said she was very thin, malnourished, she thought. Anyway, all Peggy seemed to be worried about was that blasted cat of hers, so I promised I'd come up and feed it, maybe collect a few things for her, clean nightie, wash bag and so on. We should be grateful to Jane and her friend for noticing something was up, said Nigel. What was it that made you think something had happened to her? Jane was about to say that it was actually something else that they were worrying about, but knowing the truth now, and thinking of all her wild supposition about a baby smuggling racket, she felt foolish and embarrassed. She glanced at Susie. We hadn't seen her for a while, had we? It was just a kind of intuition, something not right. I thought it was the babies you were worried about. Beryl chipped in. Nigel frowned. Babies? What babies? Beryl launched into a long description of what she called the reborn community, the huge popularity all over the world of ultra-realistic baby dolls, as well as toddler dolls, or sculpts as she called them, about the reborn fairs and exhibitions she'd attended, her own collection of 7 or 8 reborns and silicons, how the best ones cost well over £100 or even more, how she'd given one to Peggy after she had to let all but one of her many cats go, and Peggy hadn't been interested at first, but then became nearly as keen a collector as she was. I suppose that's because she never had any children of her own, Jane said. Beryl shrieked with laughter. Oh, no, not our Peg. I don't think she cared for children, never wanted them. She wasn't that type at all. Never was interested in my 2 boys either, her own nephews. No, real babies would have been far too noisy and messy for her. But she liked looking after cats, so I suppose the reborns were the next best thing. Maybe better, less demanding, cleaner. She liked dressing them up, making them look nice. And unlike real babies, if she didn't feel like it, she could leave them be for a day or 2. Why did she keep them such a secret, though? Jane asked. Oh, that's Peggy for you. She always was secretive. And people can be very funny, think it's weird and freaky, grown-up women playing with dolls. But it's not like that. We know they're not real babies. We call it role play. Feeding them, dressing them, taking them out. A friend of mine got some very nasty hate mail after it was in the paper how she left her reborn in the back of her car at the Metro Centre on a hot afternoon, and the police were called to smash in her window because a passerby thought it was a real baby in there. But me, I don't care what people think. I take mine out in a pram, shopping, everywhere. I love it when people mistake them for real babies, and the look on their faces when I tell them. She let out more ear-splitting hoots of laughter. I suppose it's not that much different from men messing about with their train sets up in the attic, Nigel said. And I know a couple of fellas who spend hours playing war games with model soldiers. Nobody thinks that's odd. Quite right, nodded Beryl. She was obviously enjoying herself enormously. Nigel stood up. He looked bleary-eyed, and he had a handkerchief clamped to his nose. Well, if you don't mind, I'll be making tracks. It's been quite a busy morning. I think I'll go home and catch a bit more bed rest, take some paracetamol. This cold is getting worse. But do call me if you need anything, Jane. And you, Mrs. Clark. Will you be staying here at the cottage while Peggy's in hospital? Oh, yes. Peggy wants me here to look after Whiskey. I could feed the cat, said Jane. There's no need for you to stay here just for that. Oh, it's fine, dear. I shall enjoy it. Being out here in the sticks, the sea air, and keeping you two ladies company. Jane's heart sank. She looked at Susie and pulled a face. That's grand, Nigel said, and he threw Jane a sympathetic wink. I'll arrange for someone to come down and fix that broken glass in the door first thing tomorrow, Mrs. Clark. Call me Beryl, dear. Everyone does, and I'll clean up the blood and mess, no problem, Beryl said. Once Nigel had gone, Beryl seemed to be settling herself down on the sofa, and she was rooting in her bag for her phone. I'll just get on a YouTube, she said, show you a few videos. Jane and Susie complied with her demand that they sit next to her and squeezed on the sofa, either side of Beryl. They peered over her shoulder as she showed them video after video of reborn babies being fed, burped, cradled, dressed, having their hair brushed and their nappies changed, only the hands of their mothers visible. They talk about them as if they were real babies. Susie was amazed. A woman with an American accent was chirruping on about little Melody having woken 3 times in the night for a feed and had only drunk half her bottle. And now she's just playing with her toys, said the voice, with a shot of a rattle wedged in a silicone fist, being waved by an unseen human hand. The sound effects of crying and gulping bottle-feeding noises had been dubbed on the video for extra realism. There were videos of babies in prams, car seats, on shopping trips, and tours of nurseries stuffed with clothes and expensive-looking nursery equipment. This is so weird, Susie said, and not a little creepy, Jane added. Oh, it's just role play, a harmless hobby, Beryl said. Like Mr. Blackwood said, the same as men and their model trains and soldiers. Well, said Jane, don't let us hold you up any longer, Beryl. I'm sure you'll be wanting to get stuff together for your sister before you visit her in hospital again. I expect she'll be pleased to see you. Beryl's loud cackles were beginning to make Jane's head ache. She won't be bothered. We never were on the best of terms, you know. If it weren't for me keeping an eye out for her, she'd have nobody. So I do my best. Not that she appreciates it, mind. I hope you don't mind me mentioning it, Jane said. But I would never have thought you two were sisters. You're nothing at all like each other in any way. More bellows of laughter. Chalk and cheese we are, pet. Chalk and cheese. Hardly surprising, though. We're not blood sisters. Mum and Dad thought they couldn't have any children, so they adopted Peggy. Well, her real name is Margaret, but Dad always used to say she was like a square peg in a round hole, so the name Peggy stuck. It was a shame, really. They never took to her. She was such a solitary, unresponsive child. Hard to love. She'd had a sad start in life, you know. Found as a newborn in a brown paper carrier bag in the ladies' toilet in Bin's department store. And then Mam fell pregnant, and I came along. And I was a completely different kettle of fish, so they doted on me, of course. It's no wonder Peggy didn't care for me. She must have been jealous, I suppose. The house seemed suddenly peaceful and blissfully quiet once Beryl Clark had finally gone. I think I'd rather have Morticia next door to me than that woman. Jane sighed. I don't mind a bubbly personality, but she's positively boiling over. She and Jane were making sandwiches for their lunch. How are we going to put up with her coming in every 5 minutes? Well, with any luck, Mrs. Mortimer will be back before long, Susie said.
And while Mrs. Foghorn is next door, I suggest we get out and about as much as possible. I've got my car, so we can go exploring all the castles and stuff, not to mention a few nice pubs. Not that I can have a proper drink, alas, but there's always pub grub. Great idea, Jane said. She felt happy and relieved now that the baby mystery had been cleared up. But there was a sadness too. She couldn't help but feel deeply sorry for Peggy Mortimer. Abandoned at birth, unloved as a child, abused and then deserted by her sadistic husband, left alone and bitter with only her cats and her dolls for companionship. Autistic too, probably, so unable to relate to people or make relationships. And then there was another thought nagging her. If the little spirit girl wasn't alerting her to what was going on next door, what was it that she wanted? Chapter 20. Your sister's here to see you, Peggy. Peggy Mortimer heard the swish of the curtains round her bed as the nurse opened them, but she kept her eyes tightly shut. She did not want to see Beryl. She did not want to hear her loud prattle. She absolutely did not want to talk to her. All she wanted to do was sleep. "Wakey, wakey, dear." Beryl's voice boomed round the quiet ward. "I've brought you some bits and bobs from the house, and you're not to worry about Whiskey. He's been fed and he's fine." When she'd first come round, she thought she'd died. So, this was heaven. Everything bright and white, and somebody shining a torch into her eyes. But her head hurt, and she could feel a stinging sensation under the bandage around her brow. So she was alive. She felt slightly disappointed about that. What must she look like? Hair down and all over the place, no makeup. And then Beryl appeared. "Oh dear, what have you been up to, Peggy?" What did she mean by that? Was she trying to suggest she'd done something wrong? "Just go to the house and get my makeup back," she managed to say in a hoarse whisper, "and feed the cat." "Please wouldn't go amiss," Beryl sniffed. "It's a long drive up there." Now, 3 hours later, here she was again, and at least she'd done what she'd asked her. Reluctantly, Peggy Mortimer opened one painful eye. "Thank you," she grunted. "Oh well, what are sisters for? I'm sure you'd do the same for me." Only, of course, she knew Peggy wouldn't. She put a big bag of grapes on the bedside table. "I thought you might like these. Though, by the look of you, you could do with something a bit more filling." She plonked herself down on the chair and helped herself to a grape. "I met your neighbour and her friend this morning. Very nice people. We had a lovely coffee and chat together. Mr. Blackwood as well. They were so pleased I'm going to be staying next door. Said I must keep popping in to keep them company. Oh, and they wanted to know all about the reborns. It was so funny, Peggy. They'd seen yours through the window and thought they were real. Oh, I did laugh." Peggy Mortimer turned her head painfully towards her. "Beryl," she murmured. "What, dear?" "Just go away, will you? Go away." Jane was in the driving seat and loving it. She'd forgotten how good it felt to be in control and free to come and go anywhere she wanted. And what a joy it was, driving here in the Northumberland countryside, the roads all but empty, and all around the glorious vistas of open fields and winding lanes, with a canopy of trees blazing in their autumn colours. It was all down to Susie. That morning she'd said to Jane, "You know you said you couldn't afford your own car. I could help you out, let you have a loan." Wow, that's a really kind offer. But I have got some savings I could use if I wanted. A bit of money Nan left me. I've been saving it for a rainy day. "Well, now's your rainy day," Susie said, pointing at the fat drops of rain crawling down the window pane. "How much have you got?" "I think there's just short of £7,000 in an ISA. I'll check. I've got the passbook somewhere upstairs." And so they headed off to Alnwick in Susie's car. Susie had researched second-hand car dealers, and they made for one on the industrial estate on the edge of town. Jane walked in and said, "What have you got for under £5,000 that I can drive away today?" Within a couple of hours, Susie helped her choose a white Suzuki, 6 years old, one owner, low mileage. Jane found a branch of her building society and drew out the money, organised the insurance and filled in the paperwork, and the car was hers. She was exhilarated. She hadn't done anything so impulsive in years, and all without consulting Peter. It felt good. The rain had eased, so they stopped off for a celebratory lunch at a cafe in the town. Out of the window they watched a group of men in yellow high-vis jackets starting to put up the Christmas lights. "Christmas is only 6 and a bit weeks away," Susie said. "You'll be back in town then, and we can spend Christmas Day together. You and Peter, me and Mike." Jane said, "Sure," but she felt nothing. She used to love Christmas. Now it was a painful and melancholy ordeal without Angela. Susie followed Jane in her new car back to the cottage. Halfway down the track, they had to pull over to the grassy verge as a car was coming up the other way. It was Beryl. She waved cheerily at them, leant out of her window. "Hello, girls. I'm just off to see Peggy again." "How was she when you saw her yesterday?" Jane asked. "Coming back soon, I hope?" "She wasn't too good. She'll be in for a while yet. The doctors want to do tests. There's 1 or 2 things they're not happy about, apparently." "Oh, that's a pity," said Jane. "Give her my best wishes." "I will," Beryl said. "Not that she'll appreciate it." She closed the window and drove off. The remaining days of Susie's visit passed in a flash, and Jane came as close to happiness as she had in a long time. The pain and grief would always be with her, she knew that, ebbing and flowing like the sea's tides. But she was learning to live with it, and even enjoy these moments of quiet joy without guilt. She couldn't wait to set off in her new car every morning, and she didn't care where they went. They just drove anywhere the road took them, explored little villages and visited castles and ate out in pubs and laughed a great deal. Peter rang every night, full of the conference and what a success it had been. "Anything been happening back there?" he asked. "Where do I start?" said Jane, deciding not to tell him about the new car. That surprise could wait till later. "Well, Mrs. Mortimer's in hospital. She had a fall, bashed her head. Her sister's staying next door to look after the cat. Totally different from Morticia. Blonde, loud and brassy." Susie was rolling her eyes towards the door. Beryl Clark had walked in without knocking. "Cooey, it's only me," she called. She obviously hadn't heard Jane's comments. "Well, I've just been over to see our Peggy, but she was still groggy from the operation and couldn't talk." "Operation?" said Jane, having said a swift goodbye and see you tomorrow to Peter. "Oh, yes. They did a scan and found she had some sort of problem in her stomach. They operated straight away. A tumour, they said, but it was too soon to see if it's benign or not." Beryl had brought them fish and chips from Sea Houses, spoiling Jane's plans for healthy veggie lasagna and salad. They sat with the greasy paper on their knees, eating with their fingers. Beryl finished hers before Jane and Susie had got halfway through theirs. She wiped her fingers on a tea towel, then pulled a dog-eared photo album out of her bag. "I thought you girls would like to see these pictures of me in my younger days." The photos dated from the 1970s. The colours had faded, and time had given them a hazy orange hue. "That's me on holiday at Butlins. I won the beauty competition there 3 years in a row, you know." Jane and Susie peered over her shoulder at the images. trying to match the pert and slender girl in the swimsuit with the stout Beryl, who now took up most of the sofa. "Who's that standing next to you in this one?" Jane asked. "That's not your sister, is it?" "Oh, yes, that's her, our Peg, looking a right sour puss as usual," said Beryl. "She never liked her picture being taken. Poor dear. Plain, wasn't she?" Jane said nothing, but she knew Susie was thinking the same thing. Beryl had been pretty, but Peggy Mortimer, when she was young, was strikingly beautiful, with long black hair, high cheekbones, and large dark eyes. "I think she looks like Cher," said Susie. "Oh, do you think so?" Beryl said. "I can't see it myself. Some people thought I bore a strong resemblance to Marilyn Monroe, though. I always had lots of boyfriends chasing after me, but Peggy never had much success with the lads. Then she went and married that nasty piece of work, Eric Mortimer, the first lad who paid her any attention, and she was absolutely besotted with him. Goodness knows why. Oh, he was good-looking, I'll grant you. Lots of long curly hair, big blue twinkly eyes, cheesy smile. But handsome is as handsome does, I always say. She was well rid of him." It was after midnight before Beryl finally left, having finished off the last of Peter's gin. Susie left on Thursday morning. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" she said. "Yes, of course I will. Peter's back tonight, and we'll lock the door and pretend we can't hear if Beryl comes knocking." What she really wanted to say was, "Don't go, Susie. Stay a few days more." They hugged, promised to keep in touch. Jane would call her the moment they got back to town, and they would make plans for Christmas together. "And after Christmas we'll go shopping for baby things," said Jane. She had thought about offering Susie all Angela's baby clothes, still in the nursery chest of drawers back at the flat. But she couldn't bear to part with them just yet. And anyway, Susie probably wouldn't want her little girl to wear things that were once worn by a child who had died. Once Susie's car had gone out of sight round the bend in the track, Jane felt her bright, optimistic mood start to drop away. As if echoing her feelings, the sky darkened and the sea turned an odd dark purple grey. Without Susie there, the house felt too quiet, almost oppressive, as if all the light and warmth of the past few days had vanished. Jane found herself thinking about the little girl for the first time in days. Since the tapping on the door on Saturday, and the realization that there was nothing sinister going on next door, she had not given her a single thought. It was as if she had disappeared completely, like the sea fret dissolving when the sun broke through. She should have felt relieved, but she didn't. What happened to her, and the reason for her appearances, would remain a mystery now, a phenomenon she would never be able to understand. Her phone rang. It was Peter. "Darling," he said, "bad news, I'm afraid. The fog here's absolutely awful. They've cancelled all flights till tomorrow." "Oh, no. Will you have to spend the night in the airport?" "No, they're putting us up in a hotel close by. But all being well, we should be able to get away tomorrow. Has Susie gone? Will you be all right on your own tonight?" "Yes, she's gone. But I shall be fine. Don't worry. I've got the world's busiest busybody staying next door if there's any problems." "Ah, yes, the sister. I look forward to making her acquaintance. Anyway, darling, my phone's running out of juice, so see you tomorrow. Can't wait." "Nor me. Love you, Peter." "Love you too." Jane shivered. She hadn't once been cold in the house while Susie had been there, but now the chill had returned. She suddenly felt alone. Even Beryl's company would have been better than this empty silence, but her car wasn't there, so she must be out shopping or at the hospital. She'd relished the solitude for a short while after Peter had left, but now it was bringing back the loneliness she felt when she was a small girl. She couldn't remember the time when her mother was a proper parent, caring for her, playing with her, laughing and reading her bedtime stories. Nan had told her how her mother had tried her best to be a good parent until she moved with little Jane to Leeds to be with Uncle Dennis, the latest in a long succession of disastrous boyfriends. But then everything went wrong. Dennis threw them out, and Jane's mother was on her own with a small child, jobless and away from Nan's steadying influence. That was when her mother discovered her only consolation was drinking. Jane knew all about loneliness then. She spent long hours in her bedroom, reading and rereading her storybooks, drawing pictures, while her mother was drinking or sleeping it off. Christmas and birthdays went by uncelebrated. Nobody came to school parents' evenings or to see her in school plays and concerts. It was then her imaginary friend arrived. Sometimes she was Jane's sister, sometimes a close friend, but she sat beside Jane, chatting and playing games. Jane called her Judy. Judy had beautiful, clean clothes, pretty golden hair. She would cheer Jane up, saying, "Never mind, it'll be all right," and helping Jane with the chores like washing dishes and going to the shops. Like Beryl and her dolls, she knew Judy wasn't real, but she could imagine that she was, and she could picture her in every detail. It was Judy who said to her one day, "Jane, you must ring up Nan, ask her to come down. You can't look after Mammy on your own anymore." Thinking of those times now was taking Jane back down into a deep, dark place again, a place she didn't want to visit. She must shake herself out of it, pull her socks up, as Nan always said, stop moping about the house, do something. She grabbed her coat, her sketch pad, and her box of pastels. The tide was still quite far out, but was on the turn, so she would take her mind off things, follow Susie's advice, and go down the steps to the little patch of rock-strewn beach for a while, to try to capture on paper the odd colour of the sea and the great billows of looming purple clouds above. She made her way to the front of the house and the low stone wall. She paused at the top of the stone steps, looking down in the fading light at the beach with its scattering of pebbles and seaweed-covered rocks. In the small stretch of clear sand, someone had scratched 2 words in large, spidery letters. Jane couldn't quite make them out in the fading light of the November afternoon, but she knew what they would say. She left her sketch pad and pastels on the wall, hurried down the steps. The words were clearly visible now. "Don't leave." She was back. She looked along the shore for the little figure in red, but she wasn't there.
"Where are you? Who are you?"
Jane's shout of frustration carried out to the open sea and sky.
"Why mustn't I leave? What do you want from me?"
There was no answer but the rumbling waves rolling over the pebbles and the forlorn cry of a seabird circling overhead.
"Show me! Please, show me what happened to you,"
she called to the empty air.
"Cooey!"
Oh no, it was Beryl, braying at her from the open window.
"Are you all right, pet? I heard you shouting." "Yes, I'm fine. Just, letting off a bit of steam."
Beryl gave her an odd look.
"Oh? It sounded like you were shouting at someone out at sea."
She emerged from the house, bustled up to the top of the steps where Jane was standing.
"I know how you feel, though. I feel like yelling myself. You won't believe what Peggy's done. I've just went all the way to the hospital to visit her, but the nurse on her ward stopped me at the door, told me Peggy had asked them not to let me see her, said she didn't want to have any visitors. Then, when I asked to speak to the doctor about her, they said Peggy had now made it very clear
insisted that she didn't want them discussing her test results or anything else with me. I mean, really, I told them I'm her next of kin. I've a right to know. But they just went on about respecting patient confidentiality, blah, blah, blah. Typical of our Peggy. Always has to be so secretive about everything. I tell you, I've half a mind to go home, leave that cat of hers to fend for itself.
Oh dear. Well, as I said, I don't mind feeding the cat.
Thank you, dear. But I might just stay on a bit. The sea air's doing my bad chest a power of good. I tell you what, though, I could murder a nice cup of tea right now.
10 minutes ago, Jane would have invited her in. Anything to dispel the dismal silence in the cottage. But the writing in the sand had set her mind in turmoil again.
Sorry, Beryl. Another time, maybe. I've got to go. There's things I need to do.
She turned and went back to the house. She paced around for a while, wondering whether to call Nigel. No, better not. He might still be feeling poorly. Susie would be home by now, so maybe she could call her. Her fingers hovered over her phone. Then a thought slipped into her head. She would go down onto the beach before the tide came in and take a photo of the writing. Then she could send it to Susie and Nigel, see what they thought. She checked that Beryl was no longer lurking about and rushed outside, looked over the wall. The tide was already crawling in frothy waves up the little beach, covering the pebbles, swirling round the rocks. The words had gone. Before she went to bed, Jane took 2 sleeping pills, prescribed months ago when she'd been suffering from night after night of insomnia. Now that the spirit child was here again, the expectation of hearing the slightest sound would have kept her wide awake and rigid with apprehension. As she went to draw the curtains, she gazed at the night sky. The brooding clouds of the afternoon had blown away, and the sky was clear, sprinkled with millions of tiny stars, and a sliver of waxing crescent moon. It was so beautiful, she would leave the curtains open so that she could look out at the scene as she fell asleep. She must have slept soundly for some time, and the sleeping pills had clouded her brain, so when she suddenly awoke in the early hours, it took her some moments to remember where she was and what was happening. It was a sound that had woken her. She was foggily aware of the patter of running feet outside the door. Then the familiar tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. She sat up, rigid. The tapping stopped. The room seemed filled with light, and she remembered she hadn't closed the curtains. But the odd thing was the eerie brightness, and she looked out to see a large full moon, a perfect creamy gold circle, glowing in the night sky, with an aura of light around it. Even in her drowsy state, she remembered it had been a thin crescent moon last night. Now it was full. It didn't make sense. She pushed aside the bed covers, slowly opened the bedroom door, afraid of what might be there, but she had to see. The landing was deserted, and then she heard it. Someone was downstairs. There was the quiet murmur of voices, footsteps, a tap turned on in the kitchen, a cupboard door being closed, the clattering of dishes in the sink. The snuffling, gulping sound of a child quietly crying. Chapter 21. The child's voice rang out clearly.
"No, Mummy, no! I don't want it! It tastes nasty!"
And a woman's brittle voice answered,
"Come on, Emily, drink it up. It's to help you sleep."
Rooted to the spot, Jane thought, I'm dreaming. That's what's happening. Of course, hypnagogia, like Peter had said.
She was experiencing a vivid waking dream. What else could it be? But the landing floorboards felt real and cold under her feet as she crept closer towards the top of the stairs. From here, she looked down into the living room. Everything there seemed the same as normal, but the side light was on, casting a soft glow over the room, and there were 2 suitcases in front of the fireplace, an unfamiliar coat slung over the back of a chair. Huddled on the sofa, in her Minnie Mouse pyjamas, lay the little girl. Standing over her was a tall woman with light brown hair, cropped very short. Her eyes looked like 2 dark hollows, her face expressionless. Strangely, Jane felt no fear as she willed herself to take the first steps down the stairs. She kept repeating to herself, "This is just a dream, nothing to be scared of. They're not really here. This is all in my head, all in my head." And now she was so close she could see the glass tumbler in the woman's hand, the freckles on the child's face, her red pyjama top with the picture on it, Minnie Mouse with her curly cartoon eyelashes and a big spotted bow between the big round mouse ears. The child took the glass from the woman and drank it down. She sniffed and shuddered, wiped tears from her eyes with the back of her hand, and Jane felt a sudden surge of pain around her heart. She wanted to run to that poor little girl, hold her, save her. Oh, she knew how she felt, because she'd been there too, alone, helpless, and scared of the one person in the world she ought to trust. But she couldn't help her. Halfway down the stairs, it was as if an invisible solid wall stopped her from moving forward. "I want to go back to Daddy's," came the child's voice, half sob, half wail. "Shut up about Daddy, will you?" The woman snatched the glass back from the child's hand, turned her back, then seemed to relent. She sat down next to the child, stroked her hair tenderly, whispered soothing words Jane couldn't quite make out. The child closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Emily. It's the only way. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." And then she picked up the big red cushion and pressed it down hard over the little girl's face. She stood up, holding the cushion down with rigid arms, pressing. The child did not move. Jane howled, "No!" Every fibre of her body screamed, but no sound came out of her mouth. She willed herself to move her legs, but they stayed rooted to the stair. The scene remained frozen for what seemed like several agonizing minutes, the woman pressing down the cushion, grimacing with the effort. "I want to wake up," Jane shouted in a silent scream. "Please, please, I don't want to dream this anymore." And suddenly the woman flung the cushion to the floor and gathered the child up in her arms. She strode across the sitting room to the lobby and out through the door. Jane's legs freed themselves from paralysis, and she stumbled down the stairs, across the room, out of the door. Outside, the night air was freezing cold, the full moon making everything as clear as daylight, but bleached of colour to a uniform grey. Ahead of her, Jane saw the tall woman, the child's lolling head and dangling legs hanging from her arms, as she marched on up the path towards the cliff top, her posture almost mechanical in its slow, relentless strides. Jane followed, her bare feet in agony on the stony path. She stepped on the grass, not much better. It was hard with frost and sharp as glass. "Stop!" Jane screamed. The woman was carrying the child towards the cliff edge. She couldn't see Jane, couldn't hear her. It was useless. "Please let me wake up," Jane begged. The dream was unbearable now, and she was shivering violently in the bitter cold. Only a little way in front of her, the woman stood on the cliff's edge, not looking down, but straight ahead, the night breeze ruffling the child's fair hair. Jane shut her eyes, praying when she opened them she would be back in the cottage, back in her warm bed. When she forced her eyes open, she was still on the cliff top, barefoot and in her nightshirt. But the woman and the child had gone. Jane gazed at the empty space where they had been, then out to the black sea with a shimmering silvery strip of the full moon's reflection leading to the far horizon. As a child, she'd loved the sight of moonlight on the sea, imagining herself running and skipping over the water on the shiny pathway, which would take her to a better time, a better place. Now, she felt only horror and despair.
"Oh, Emily, now I know who you are,"
she said to the frosty air.
"Now I know what happened to you."
She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. It was high tide, the waves swirling and crashing over the rocks below. There was no sign of the woman and the child. She pictured their bodies being swept away in the undercurrent, far, far away and out into the open sea, the child gradually floating away from the embrace of her mother's arms, the two of them drifting apart forever. Jane had no recollection of returning to the cottage, or going back to the warmth and comfort of her bed. When she woke again, it was 8:30 in the morning and daylight. Oh God, that dream, that terrible nightmare. She threw back the covers, put her feet on the bedside mat. She winced. The soles of her feet felt sore, and she looked down to see blood streaks on the mat. Her toes, her soles, her heels were covered in little cuts and scratches. And when she came out of the bedroom, on the landing there again were small, wet footprints.
"Nigel? Oh, thank heavens I've caught you."
Jane was on her phone, breathless.
"I had to tell you. I know what happened to Emily."
Nigel sounded tired and still full of cold. "Emily? Who's Emily?"
"The little girl, that's her name. Last night she showed me what happened. She was murdered, Nigel, murdered by her mother. Her mother took that cushion Norman Bell sensed was choking him, remember? And she smothered her. Then she took her up to the cliff top in her arms and jumped off. That's what happened."
"You saw this? How? Was it in a dream?"
"Yes. Well, no, I'm not sure. But it all makes sense now. The business with Norman Bell and the cushion. We laughed at him at the time, if you remember, but he could tell. He knew. Something terrible had happened with it. And you remember, don't you, how someone or something took that cushion out of the house and threw it on the beach? Whoever or whatever did that knew what it had been used for."
"Yes, but, Jane, what do you want me to do? We still have no idea who this Emily and her mother were, and even if we did find out, there's not a lot we could do, is there?"
"I need to find Emily's father. I've been thinking it over, and I'm sure from what I heard them say last night that Emily was somehow taken from her father's care, snatched against her will. There may be some way I can find out if she'd been reported missing. Or maybe he thinks his daughter and her mother have just moved away somewhere, doesn't realise she's been murdered. Either way, I think Emily wants me to know the truth so that I can tell her father."
Nigel sighed wearily. "Oh, I don't know, Jane. It was only a dream. I've had some pretty wild dreams in my time, too." Jane was disappointed. He clearly didn't want to help her. But she could at least ask him one thing.
"You may be right. Maybe I did dream it. But could you do me one small favour? Could you contact Norman Bell? Ask him if he could come here again. Now that we know Emily's name, it might be easier for him to make contact with her. I feel so guilty we laughed at him last time. We should have believed him."
"Well, all right, I can do that," he said.
"Thanks. Oh, and Nigel, sorry I forgot to ask how you are. How's the cold?" On the way out, I think. It's been a stinker, though. Still feel a bit shabby. And all that business with poor Peggy hasn't helped. I rang the hospital to ask after her, but they said she'd asked for no information to be passed on and didn't want visitors.
So her sister informed me. Oh well, maybe she'll be home soon. It's funny, but now I know she's not a baby trafficker, I quite miss her. When Jane rang off, she sat for a while, going over and over in her mind what she'd seen last night. Then she went into the living room. There was the red cushion on the sofa, looking just as usual. She picked it up, then quickly let it drop. It no longer felt cuddly or comforting. It was an object of horror and disgust. Holding it by one corner, she carried it to the kitchen, found a plastic bin liner under the sink, pushed the cushion in, and tied a knot in the top. She went outside and flung it in the wheelie bin. It couldn't stay in the house. And even if it really had been used in a murder, any forensic evidence that might have been on it would have been destroyed when she washed it after finding it on the shore. For the rest of the morning and early afternoon, Jane was on her laptop. She Googled everything she could find about missing people. She scoured the information from the police missing persons unit. She could try contacting them, but doubted they would pay much attention to something as vague as a dream. There were other sites, one listing bodies that had been found but not identified. It made sad reading, knowing that there were so many nameless people who had nobody looking for them, nobody to care. But there was nothing. No accounts of bodies washed ashore to match the description of Emily and her mother. Other sites were run by charities, like Missing Kids UK. But again, nothing. Most of the missing children listed were teenagers, and none of them were called Emily. Was it really possible that this woman and her child had been swept out to sea and nobody even knew they were missing? Jane shut her eyes, trying to picture over and over again every detail of the dream, if that was what it was. Something was bugging her, something about Emily's mother, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. If she could just find out their surname, that would help. Late in the afternoon, she realised she hadn't eaten or had a drink all day. She went to the kitchen, filled the kettle, and looked up to see a car coming down the track. Peter was back. She hadn't made the bed, lit the fire, or got anything ready for their tea. She'd completely forgotten it was today he was coming home. But now he was here. She waved from the window as he got out of the car and ran out to meet him as he took his case out of the boot. He dropped the case to enfold her in an embrace. They hugged and kissed. "I've missed you," he said. "And I've missed you. I've got so much to tell you." "Have you got the kettle on? The coffee's great in the Netherlands, but you can't get a decent cup of tea." "Yes, I just put it on. Your timing's perfect." Jane smiled. She could remember times in the early days of their marriage when Peter came home after being away, times when he'd hardly got through the door before they were pulling off each other's clothes, making love in the hallway, not able to wait to get to the bedroom. Now those days of passion and excitement had faded, and it was tea utmost on his mind. Oh well. "Whose are the two cars parked outside?" Peter asked, once settled in the kitchen with tea and digestive biscuits. "I guess one of them must belong to Morticia's sister, but whose is the other one?" "The red one is Beryl's. The white Suzuki is mine. I bought it last week, and don't worry, Peter, I've not been raiding our joint account. I used my savings from Nan's will." "Well, you certainly have been busy while I've been away. What else have you been up to?" Jane remembered Susie's words. She must remember to focus on Peter sometimes. It wasn't all about her. "Never mind about me. Tell me about the conference. I want to hear everything." Peter reached out and took Jane's hand. "Well, it was fantastic. My presentation went better than I could have hoped. I've met so many people, made so many contacts, learnt so much. My head's buzzing.
I've already been asked to head to a seminar in Boston next summer. Oh, and there's talk of a new science programme on Channel 4 I could be asked to take part in.
She was longing to tell him about last night, but Peter was so full of the past few days in Utrecht, she let him talk while she prepared an omelette and salad supper. He looked like a changed man, vigorous, confident, and the dark shadows under his eyes and the deeply etched worry lines on his forehead seemed to have magically vanished.
So, he said at last, it's your turn to tell me the news. What did you do while Susie was here, apart from buy a car? And how is poor old Morticia? Is she still in hospital?
Jane gave him a rundown of Susie's visit, told him about Mrs. Mortimer's fall, Beryl's arrival, and finally related the events and misunderstandings leading to the discovery of the fake babies. Peter hooted with laughter.
Good God, that's hilarious and bizarre. Morticia playing with dolls. Who'd have thought it?
He was still chuckling while she was pouring him a coffee after the meal. Her phone rang. She picked it up from the kitchen worktop.
Jane, it's Nigel. I've tried to get in touch with Norman Bell, but apparently him and his wife are in New Zealand visiting their son and won't be back until the new year.
That's a pity, she said, moving into the living room. She didn't want Peter to hear this conversation. I don't suppose you know any other mediums, do you?
Well, no, I don't really mix in those sort of circles. The only other medium I've ever met is Aunt Irene.
Of course, your aunt. I'd like to meet her. Would that be possible, do you think?
Oh, no, Jane, not a good idea. She has dementia, I told you, and she's very old, very frail. Not long for this world, we've been told.
Yes, I know, but sometimes they have moments of lucidity, don't they? I know it's a long shot, but she might be able to get through to Emily. Give me something more to go on.
I very much doubt it. The last time I went to see her, she just stared at the wall, said nothing. And when she does talk, it's in gibberish. But if you really want to, I suppose...
Yes, please, I do want to, Jane said. Thank you, Nigel. I've got to go now. Peter's back.
OK, I'll be in touch, and we'll arrange something.
Jane turned to see Peter standing behind her.
What's this you're setting up with Blackwood? Who's Emily? What's all this about mediums?
His tone was sharp. The buzzing, cheerful Peter had gone. She remembered now how it felt now he was home, having all her actions monitored, the cross-questioning, having to constantly justify herself. Although she'd missed Peter while he'd been away, she hadn't missed that. In fact, she'd relished the freedom she'd rediscovered, driving her own car, making her own decisions, taking charge of her own life without having to answer to him all the time. She sat down on the sofa. She knew how he would react, but she had to tell him. Last night, she said, I saw a woman murder her own child, here on this sofa where I'm sitting now. Sure enough, Peter closed his eyes, shook his head, and sat down with a long, heavy sigh.
Go on, he said, wearily.
So she told him everything. And so, you see, I now know what she wants me to do, find her daddy and tell him what happened to her, what her mother did. She'd expected Peter to be angry, but he just seemed suddenly incredibly tired and sad as he came over and put his arms around her.
Look, I know it's been a horrible experience for you, seeing something like that. But you do know, don't you? It was just a vivid nightmare. That's all. You say you took 2 sleeping pills. They can sometimes have that side effect.
Then how do you explain this? She kicked off her slippers and pointed at her bare feet, still scratched and bloodied from walking up the stony path to the cliff.
Good grief, you poor darling. It's obvious you were sleepwalking. Oh, love, you could have sleepwalked over the cliff yourself. If only I'd been here, or Susie, we could have stopped you, brought you safely back to bed. Could you just this once, Peter, consider the possibility that what I saw was something that really happened here, in this house, sometime in the past? OK, let's consider that. Say it happened years and years ago. What's the point of worrying about it now? Maybe when she was young, batty old Miss Blackwood had a child nobody knew about and did away with it. The child's father wouldn't even be alive anymore. No, impossible. This didn't happen a long time ago. It happened recently. I saw them. Emily was wearing Minnie Mouse pyjamas and her mother was in modern clothes, jeans and a sweater, and the cottage looked much the same as it does now. So, if it happened recently, why didn't anybody, your pal Nigel Blackwood or Mrs. Mortimer next door, wonder why the occupants of the cottage disappeared overnight? And didn't you say they'd left suitcases in here? That would have made them raise the alarm, surely. If they'd just done a bunk, they wouldn't have left their luggage behind. Or their car, if that's how they arrived here. And another thing, it's very unusual for one body, let alone two, to get swept out to sea and never found. Sooner or later, the tide would wash the bodies up on shore somewhere along the coast. Jane nodded. I suppose you must be right, she said. What he said made sense. It had obviously been a dream. And yet, there were little footprints on the landing again, Peter. Like we saw before, remember? We never did work out an explanation for that, did we? Peter frowned. That was strange, I'll admit. But the more I think about it, the more I'm sure we were just mistaken. They could have been footprints, or more likely they were just smudges on the floorboards that happened to look like footprints. I suppose so, she said, although she was sure he was wrong. And, you know, I thought of something else while I was away. Something you told me once that could explain everything. Oh? You told me about how your grandmother came to the rescue when you were living with your mother in Leeds. You said when you left, your mother clung to you and begged you not to leave. So? So those words, don't leave, must have stuck somewhere in your subconscious mind. And you told me you had an invisible friend, and she became so real to you that when you were walking away with your grandmother, you turned and thought you saw her looking out the window. Yes, I knew I didn't need her anymore. I could leave her behind, Jane said. Well, I'm no psychoanalyst. But you don't have to be a genius to see that could be manifesting itself now in your dreams and visions. Your imaginary friend came back, echoing your mother's words. They must have haunted you, those words, especially as your mother died so soon afterwards. You mean I felt guilty? Maybe at the time, but not anymore, no. I was only a child. It wasn't my fault, her overdose. Nan made sure I understood all that, and I went over it all with the counsellor. Came to terms with it. Of course, it wasn't your fault. I'm not suggesting that. It just seems a bit of a coincidence, that's all. Well, thanks for your insights, Dr. Freud. Jane tried to keep her tone light-hearted, but his words had stirred up memories she didn't want to return to. That final visit hadn't been the only time Nan had come down. About once a year she would turn up, sort out the mess in the house, tell Jane's mother to pull her socks up, and take Jane back to Durham for a few blissful days of good home-cooked food, clean clothes, love and attention. And her mother always begged her to come back, swore she'd turned over a new leaf, welcomed her return with hugs and kisses and promises, but it never lasted. That final time she never went back, and soon after her mother was dead. Well, it's only a theory, Peter said. Something for you to consider. Now I'm pretty shattered. Let's go up to bed, shall we? Jane lay awake until the small hours,
while Peter snored quietly beside her. She thought over what he had said, and the more she thought about it, the more sure she was that he was wrong. Emily was nothing like Judy, her imaginary childhood friend, and her mother's last words to her had no connection to Emily's pleas. Once again, she went over in her mind the vivid details of what she'd witnessed downstairs and up on the cliff top. Emily's mother reminded her of someone she'd seen at some other time and place, but she just couldn't pin it down. Someone tall, she must have been at least 6 foot, with the same deep-set eyes, sharp features, the same brittle voice with an edge of hysteria to it. This is going to drive me mad, she thought. I'm never going to remember. I may as well forget about it, like Peter says, try to get some sleep. As soon as she turned over and settled her head into the pillow, she remembered. Chapter 22. I'm going into Alnwick, love. We need to do a supermarket shop. Want to come? It was a Saturday morning, and Peter was checking the fridge and the cupboards, seeing what they needed to buy. Do you mind if I don't? Jane said. I've got a thumping headache. I think I need to go back to bed for a bit. She hadn't got a headache, but she did need to make a couple of phone calls without Peter hovering over her. Yes, you do that. I'm not surprised. You were tossing and turning in the night. Was I? Sorry about that. Peter picked up his car keys, and as soon as his car disappeared round the bend in the track, Jane was trawling through the contacts on her phone. She was looking for the name Nicola. When she'd been in hospital last July, Nicola was on the same ward, and they'd struck up a bit of a friendship, shared each other's stories at mealtimes and over coffee and group therapy sessions. Nicola was bipolar and had been hospitalised after a suicide attempt, and like Jane, she'd experienced tragic loss. Her twin babies were stillborn. But with medication and therapy, she was turning the corner, and she was discharged a couple of days before Jane. We must meet up sometime, she'd said to Jane, and scribbled down her phone number. Jane always meant to contact her, but somehow, once she was back home, she didn't really want to do anything that reminded her of being in the psychiatric ward. Nicola? Hi, it's Jane. Remember me from St. Nick's? 4 or 5 months ago, wasn't it? Nicola sounded pleased and surprised to hear from her. Jane told her a white lie that she'd mislaid her number, only just found it. They exchanged updates. Nicola said she was doing fine. The medication was keeping the lid on her depression, and they were thinking about trying for another baby. She sounded happy. Jane said, Nicola, I'm staying in a cottage in Northumberland at the moment, but I'll be back in town before Christmas. We'll definitely have a get-together then. But listen, the other thing I rang you about, this may sound a bit weird, but I wonder if you remember that very tall woman who was on our ward, the one who never spoke to anyone. Oh, yes. She'd been sectioned, hadn't she? The rumour was she'd attacked her ex-husband with a carving knife. That's her. Do you remember what her name was? Something beginning with D, wasn't it? Diane? Donna? Deanna! Yes, that was it. Do you know what her surname was? No, I'm afraid not. Why do you want to know? Oh, it's just that I heard a bit of gossip, a rumour that she'd disappeared, gone missing. She and her daughter Emily, I think her name was. I don't think that can be right. It's funny you should mention her because I saw her quite recently. When? Where? Did she have a little girl with her? Did you speak to her? Nicola was beginning to sound a bit wary. I saw her in Primark. It must have been about a week ago. From a distance. We didn't speak or anything, and I don't think she had anyone with her. I was a bit surprised they'd let her out, if it was true what she'd done. Jane, are you sure you're all right? Why is this so important? Oh, no, it's just I was wondering. Well, it really doesn't matter. I'll be in touch about that meet-up. Bye, Nicola.
Jane rang off. She felt like an idiot. Of course Deanna wasn't Emily's mother. Deanna was walking around Newcastle, not floating in a watery grave somewhere out in the North Sea. And anyway, now she thought about it, Deanna had long blonde hair. The woman she'd seen suffocate her child had mousy brown hair, cut very short. Next, she would ring Nigel. But just as she picked up her phone again, she heard the crunch of car tyres on the gravel. It was him. She waved and went out to speak to him. Was it her imagination, or did he look a bit apprehensive as she approached?
Ah, morning, Jane. I was just going to pop in and speak to Beryl, see if she had any more news about Peggy Mortimer.
Oh, right. Could I have a quick word with you first?
Sure. I wanted to speak to you anyway.
He followed her into the house. He turned down her offer of coffee.
I wanted to tell you I spoke to Hillfield House, that's the nursing home where Aunt Irene is, about a visit. They said that would be okay, but she's in failing health, very confused, bedridden, and refusing to eat. They don't think she'll be with us for much longer. So, yes, we should go and see her soon, but don't expect too much.
Oh dear. Well, that's all right. I'd still like to see her. Nigel nodded. He seemed in a hurry to go. Jane said, "Before you go to Beryl's, can I just ask you something? How long ago did you say this cottage was refurbished?"
Oh, let me see now. It was the end of summer season last year, about September, October time. Why?
When I had that dream I told you about, the cottage looked just as it does now. The same pictures on the wall, the same furniture, the dark grey sofa.
Yes, that was bought brand new. Before that, it was a battered old leather Chesterfield with dark brown velvet cushions, very gloomy.
And the red cushion, that was definitely brand new as well.
That's right, I bought it same time as the new furniture. Look, Jane, what's this all leading up to?
Jane was excited now. Why hadn't she thought of this before? It's obvious, Nigel, what I saw happening in this cottage.
In your dream?
Yes, if you like, in my dream. Well, the cottage was just the same as it looks now, so that means Emily was murdered sometime between September last year and the time we arrived. Nigel, I need you to let me have a list of everyone who rented this cottage in that time, their addresses and phone numbers if possible.
Oh, dear, sorry, I can't do that. It's out of the question. Data protection laws are very strict. I can't pass on any information like that.
Jane was crestfallen. Are you sure you can't just bend the rules a bit, just this once?
No, sorry. I could have a look in our records on your behalf, perhaps, see if anything fits. But I couldn't give you names or phone numbers.
That would be better than nothing, I suppose. Jane's face lit up. She'd had an idea. I could narrow it down for you. I saw everything that happened on that cliff top so clearly because there was a big, bright full moon. I can look up the dates of the full moons over the past year and a bit. Then all you'd have to do is check who was here on those dates.
If you like, he said.
Something had changed between them. The easy chat, the warmth of his smile had gone. Was she asking too many favours of him? As he got up to go, she touched his arm. "Nigel, is something wrong? You seem so tense." "I'm being a massive nuisance, aren't I? Please tell me, and I won't bother you again, I promise." To her relief, he grinned, the old twinkly smile.
"Yes, you're being a nuisance, but I don't mind. In fact, you can bother away as much as you like."
He leant forward and whispered in her ear.
"If only you knew how much I want to kiss you again. It's no wonder I look tense."
He winked and left, heading for next door. Not long after, Peter was back with the shopping. He thumped the bulging bags down on the worktop.
"Was that Mr. Smarmy Pants' car I just passed on the track? What did he want?" If you mean Nigel Blackwood, yes it was, and he hadn't come to see me. He wanted to speak to Beryl about Mrs. Mortimer. The atmosphere between them was strained all that weekend. Peter worked in his study upstairs. Jane spent hours on the internet, looking for information, any information that might help her search. Although Nicola had said she'd seen Deanna only recently, she could have been mistaken. It could have been someone who looked like her. Yes, the woman she saw with Emily didn't have Deanna's hair, but she could have changed it, had it cropped short and changed the colour. Without a surname, she couldn't trace Deanna on any social media, so she searched local news sites for reports of a court case that might have arisen from the assault on her husband. But there was nothing. She wouldn't even try to contact the hospital. She knew they would never give out information about past patients. On Sunday afternoon, she told Peter she needed some fresh air and called in at the farm for a friendly chat with Mrs. Armstrong, asked if she'd remembered any incidents of bodies washed up over the past year.
There was one, I think. An old man who fell off the harbour wall at Crayster got washed up further down the coast. There have been a few shouts for the lifeboat, fishing boats in trouble, surfers and youngsters swept out on inflatables, walkers cut off by the tide, that sort of thing, but no drownings, thank goodness. Peter had taken Monday off to sort out stuff from the conference, so Jane drove to the village, reacquainted herself with the mouse lady in the post office. She told the same story.
I hear plenty of rumours in here, Hinny, and I always read the local paper cover to cover, but I can't remember anything about bodies getting washed ashore. A woman and child, you see? I would have heard something as tragic as that, I'm sure.
She wandered round the overgrown churchyard, fighting her way through the waist-high brambles and nettles, reading the tombstones. But the most recent graves there dated from the early 1950s, and there was no Emily. It all seemed hopeless and puzzling. Now she must pin her hopes on Nigel coming up with some information about the occupants of the cottage. Either that or Miss Blackwood bringing a message from Emily from beyond the grave. When she got home, instead of going back inside, she went up on the windy cliff top, begged out loud for Emily to find a way to tell her what more she could do. There was no answer. As she came home and neared the cottage, Beryl's braying voice called out, and she waddled over.
I've just been chatting to your father. What a nice man, she said.
My father? I don't think so, Beryl. I don't even know who my father is.
Oops, have I put my foot in it?
No, it's an understandable mistake. Peter, my husband, he is 24 years older than me.
Oh, he's your husband?
Well, I never.
I just popped in to tell him they're letting Peggy come home on Wednesday, so I'll most likely be leaving then. I'll offer to stay a bit and look after Peggy, but I know what she'll say.
That's good news. About her coming home, I mean. She must be better.
I wouldn't know, dear. Peggy still won't let me visit, and the hospital tell me nought apart from the fact she's being discharged.
So, Mrs. Mortimer was coming back. Once again, Jane felt a wave of sympathy for this woman, an unwanted child, unloved by her parents, abused and deserted by her husband, with only a cat and baby dolls to care about. The day passed with a little conversation between her and Peter, and when they did talk, it was on a superficial level, what the weather was doing, what to have for supper. It was a relief when Tuesday came and Peter was back at work. Jane had spent much of the previous evening researching the 12 full moon dates since September last year. She rang Nigel. "I've done that list of dates," she said, "the full moons. Shall I email them to you?"
"No, it's all right.
Can you print them off and I'll pop down today and you can give them to me?" That seemed a bit odd. Why come out of his way to visit
when she could just send him the list? Maybe there was some reason he wanted to see her face to face. When he arrived, he seemed edgy again, not his old, relaxed self. This time he accepted her offer of coffee, but wouldn't sit down, walking up and down by the window, gazing out at the autumn fret rolling in like smoke from the sea. "I've spoken to Hillfield House again. We can go and see Irene tomorrow morning if that suits you," he said, still looking out of the window as if trying to avoid Jane's eye. "Yes, great. Suits me fine. I should warn you, though, they say she doesn't speak much to visitors anymore, although she does spend a lot of time having long conversations and arguments with an empty chair." "Who does she think she's talking to? Do they know?" "Mrs. Thatcher, mostly, I think." He laughed. "Mrs. Thatcher? As in Margaret Thatcher, the ex-Prime Minister?" "Oh, yes. She was Auntie Irene's arch-enemy, the devil incarnate, according to her. Grandad was a staunch Tory, but Irene went the other way. She was always a religious fanatic, but she became a fervent socialist too as she got older. During the miners' strike, she was often down on the picket lines waving a banner. That's when she wasn't standing on a soapbox in the middle of town, either shouting about hell and damnation or denouncing the government. She sounds like an interesting woman, your aunt." "Yes, but you know, she was never the same after the strike. I think it tipped her mind over the edge when it ended in failure. Poor old soul. She went from being an absent-minded eccentric to, well, you'll see tomorrow." Nigel put down his coffee mug and walked over to where Jane sat. He coughed nervously. "What's the matter, Nigel? It seems like you want to say something." He sat down next to her, looking down at his hands. "Yes, but can I just ask you a question first? A rather personal one. And please, tell me to mind my own business if you want. I'll understand." "Go on." "How are things between you and the Prof? Your marriage, I mean. From what you've told me, it hasn't been too good." "No, it hasn't. We've had our ups and downs. Mostly downs, to be honest. Especially since we lost Angela. And now everything that's happened since we came here. Getting my own car made me realise how much I'd been depending on him. How suffocating and controlling he can be. Sometimes he feels more like my father than my husband. He can be very kind and loving too, of course, but..." Her voice trailed off. She didn't know what else to say, or where this conversation was leading. She didn't want to tell him about their sporadic sex life, the lack of intimacy they once shared. "Okay, so I'll just say this, and then, no pressure. You needn't say anything. I'll leave it with you to think about. If you ever do decide your marriage is over, remember I'm here for you. I've tried to fight these feelings I have for you, but I can't. That's all I've got to say." He got up abruptly, picked up the list of dates Jane had printed out for him, and headed for the door. Jane followed him, her mind in turmoil. "Nigel, wait." "I'll pick you up tomorrow," he said, just before he stepped into his car. "We'll go in my car. It's right out in the middle of nowhere, the nursing home." And then he was gone. She stood for a long while at the door, looking out over the field with its yellowing clumps of rough grass and thistles. Did that just happen? Is Nigel Blackwood really in love with me? Her heart banged in her chest, her stomach was churning. She wondered how it was possible to feel excited and elated, but terrified and confused at the same time. This could change everything. Mrs. Mortimer sat up in her hospital bed, looking at the tray in front of her and the congealing brown mess of lumps that was supposed to be vegetable soup.
Only one more day of this to endure before she could be home, back with whiskey, and the sound of the sea that had lulled her to sleep for over 40 years and become part of her, like breathing in and breathing out. It was impossible to sleep in this place, with all the snoring and coughing and moaning that went on. She'd said no to the chemotherapy. Why would she want to prolong things? Keep having to come back here, suffer all those unpleasant side effects, and lose her hair into the bargain? Absolutely not. She'd been in control of her own life since Eric departed, and that's the way it would continue, right to the end. They couldn't tell her exactly when that end would be. "We can't predict that, I'm afraid," the oncologist had told her at that morning's meeting. "We could be looking at a matter of weeks, or, especially if we opt for chemotherapy, as long as 2 years. She knew it wasn't going to be good news when they asked if she wanted anyone with her at the consultation. She didn't, of course. She'd been wheeled to a side room, and the nurse stayed with her. The nurse was overweight, Mrs. Mortimer observed, like a lot of the nurses seemed to be, their great bosoms and bottoms straining against the material of the shapeless blue tunic tops and trousers they had now, not like the smart uniforms they used to wear, with starched white aprons and caps, looking trim and neat, like proper nurses. The specialist was speaking to her in that gentle, quiet way. She could see his lips moving, but the words floated over her head. That didn't matter because she could pick out a few words and phrases that told her all she needed to know. "Sorry to have to tell you. Stage 4. Metastasis. Extensive secondary tumours. Inoperable. Spread to the liver. Palliative care. Making you comfortable." The nurse went to put her arm round her shoulders, but stopped when she flinched away. "Is there anyone we can call for you, Peggy?" That was another thing she didn't care for. She liked to be addressed as Mrs. Mortimer, even by people she knew. Only Beryl called her Peggy. "No, thank you," she said. And no, she didn't have any questions. It was all right. She could accept it. And strangely enough, the morphine and anti-sickness drugs they'd given her made her feel better than she had for a long time. The floaty, wrapped-in warmth feeling the morphine gave her was a sensation she imagined was something like what people described as happiness. She really didn't care about anything much at all, even dying. All she wanted to do now was get home. There were a number of important things she needed to sort out there before she left it all behind. Chapter 23. Hillfield Nursing Home was an ivy-covered Victorian house at the end of a long driveway surrounded by trees. It stood among the foothills of the Cheviots, near Wooler, overlooking a sweep of fields and moorland. "We were really lucky to get her in here," Nigel said as they drove up to the imposing entrance. "It's a beautiful place, and the care's been brilliant. It's very unusual for someone with her condition to live so long. Mind, it's not cheap, but Grandad saw to it she was left well provided for." Inside the wood-panelled hall, they were met by a smiling member of staff. The tag she wore pinned to her tunic told them she was Alison Fairbarn, assistant manager. "Ah yes, Mr. Blackwood and friend. You've come to see Irene. I'll take you along. She hasn't been very well lately, I'm afraid. Although this morning she's been quite lively, chatting away to one of her invisible visitors, laughing her head off." "Not Mrs. Thatcher this time, then," Nigel said. "Ah, no. We know when it's Mrs. T by the angry shouting." They followed Alison down a long, thickly carpeted corridor. The place was stuffily overheated and smelt of lavender furniture polish and disinfectant. From behind the closed doors came the occasional shouts and wails of the demented. For all the quietly comfortable surroundings, Jane imagined that if there was such a thing as hell, This must be what the entrance was like. Far too hot and filled with lost souls whose cries went unnoticed. As they turned a corner, an elderly man shuffled towards them, mumbling and cursing, smartly dressed in a shirt, jacket and tie, but completely naked below the waist. "Geoffrey, go and put your trousers on, sweetheart." Alison steered him gently back in the direction of his room. At the end of the corridor, she pushed open a door. They could hear someone chattering away inside in a sing-song, quavery voice.
Yes, yes, let's play on the beach after tea. We can look for crabs in the rock pools. Come on, John, hold my hand. Good boy.
"Irene, visitors for you," Alison said, adding in a whisper to Nigel and Jane, "She probably won't talk to you." Irene Blackwood had once been an imposing woman, Jane could tell, but now the old lady's flesh was shrunken away, leaving only a bent and skeletal frame. She lay propped up on pillows in her bed, facing the tall sash window. Her gaunt face, with its prominent sharp nose and thin purple lips, did not turn to acknowledge their entrance. She was staring steadfastly at the empty armchair at the end of the bed.
I've told you, Jennifer, that's my tuck box. If you touch it again, I'll tell matron. Oh, what a beastly thing to say. Go away, you're mean. I'm not your best friend any more.
Her voice had become surprisingly loud and strident, coming from such a feeble body. "She thinks she's back in boarding school," Nigel whispered to Jane. He bent over the bed, took her claw-like hand. "Hello, Auntie. It's me, Nigel. And this is my friend Jane, come to see you." She frowned, turned to look at him. Her eyes were like two jet-black stones, sunken and red-rimmed, but surprisingly bright.
Daddy, have you come to take me home? Is it the halls now?
"No, Irene, I'm Nigel, your brother John's son. You remember John? I think you were talking to him just before we came in, weren't you?" No response. Jane could see this was not going to be easy, but the least she could do was try. She sat on the chair beside the bed. Nigel stayed standing. She leant towards the old woman. "Miss Blackwood, I'm Jane. What a lovely view you've got from your window right over the garden. Look at those dahlias, such bright colours."
Nice flowers,
she said, smiling and nodding.
Wow,
Nigel said. "She must like you, Jane. That's the first sensible response I've heard her make in years." Jane was just as surprised. Irene was now studying her intently with those piercing black eyes, a puzzled frown on her face. "Miss Blackwood, I'm living in the house where you used to live. 2 Chimneys. So close to the sea. Next door to Mrs. Mortimer. Do you remember her, Peggy Mortimer, with all the cats?" The eyes were still fixed on Jane, but she didn't respond. Jane pressed on. "I know you can see and speak to people in the spirit world. Is that right?" The old woman suddenly grabbed Jane's hand.
Is she dead?
She barked.
Is who dead? Do you mean Mrs. Mortimer? No, she's not. No. No. Margaret Thatcher. Is she dead?
"Yes, she is. She died some years ago," Jane said.
"Of course she is. She was here again today. I told her she was wrong, what she did. But she wouldn't have it. Stubborn woman."
"Miss Blackwood," Jane persisted. "Can you help me? I need to speak to a child in the spirit world, a little girl called Emily. I believe she was murdered in the house where you used to live." The old woman let Jane's hand go and sunk back against her pillows, her eyes closed. She appeared to have fallen asleep. Jane and Nigel exchanged anxious glances. Auntie? Are you all right? Auntie? Nigel shook her shoulder gently. Irene Blackwood's eyes snapped open, fixing on Jane again. Oh, yes. Murdered. I remember. She killed them, you know, she said. Jane jolted upright in her chair. She clasped Irene's hands. Who was she, Miss Blackwood? Who did she kill? Please tell us. Who did she kill? Who are you talking about? Irene pulled her hands away, scowling. After a maddeningly long pause, she turned her gaze back to Jane. That woman, Margaret Thatcher, she finished them off, the mines, killed them, destroyed them all. Not one left. Nigel shot Jane a "what did I tell you" look. There was another long pause. The old woman was plucking at her bed covers in an agitated fashion. It was a terrible thing. Terrible. I tried my best. I did what I could to help, you know, Irene said, a look of infinite sadness crossing her sunken face. Aye, I know you did, Auntie, Nigel said gently. You were down on the picket line at Ellington, weren't you? Handing round all those sandwiches you made and raising money for the welfare fund. You did your bit. More silence. Jane wondered how she could steer the conversation back to Emily, but was already realising it would be a fruitless exercise. Irene spoke again. It was very hard work, digging away down into the earth in the dark. It was horrible. Dirty. She shuddered. It was, Auntie, Nigel said. A miner's life was tough, that's for sure. Probably a good thing it's in the past. Irene Blackwood's eyes had closed, and her head, with its cobwebby strands of white hair, had dropped to her chest. I think she's asleep, Nigel whispered to Jane. Perhaps now might be a good moment to make our exit. I think we've got as far as we're ever going to get. Jane nodded sadly and started to rise from her chair. And at that moment, the old woman's eyes snapped open and her hand shot out and grabbed Jane's arm. Her nails dug into her wrist and she pulled Jane towards her so their faces were almost touching each other. The black eyes bored into Jane's. Who did you say you are? She rasped. I'm Jane. Jane Eagle. I'm staying in your old house. A bony finger poked hard in Jane's shoulder. You have a gift, she said. I can tell. You can see them, can't you? It's a rare thing, the gift. I have it too. Yes, you have the gift. You must use it for good, not evil. Renounce the devil and all his works, the vain pomp and glory of this world and the carnal desires of the flesh. Her voice trailed off, and she released Jane's arm and turned away, staring steadfastly at the chair at the foot of the bed. Yes? What do you want? She snapped, addressing the empty chair. She nodded, seemingly listening to the words of the invisible visitor. I see. Yes. Yes. I will tell her. Is it her? Is it Emily? Jane leant forward expectantly. Irene Blackwood turned her head to Jane, wagging her forefinger towards the empty chair. That woman there in the blue coat says to tell you everything will be all right. She says you must pull your socks up, leave the past behind, and look to the future. Look to the future, Flower, she says, and everything will be all right. That's Nan! Jane gasped, jumping up to her feet. Oh, Nigel, she called me Flower. That's what Nan called me. She always called me Flower. She sat down heavily, too shocked to say more. The old woman looked exhausted now. She flopped back against the pillows, her eyes closed, her head dropping down. There was so much more Jane wanted to ask her, but Nigel said, "Come on, I think she's had enough. She said more to us today than she's said the last dozen times I visited, and some of it even made sense." He bent to kiss his aunt's cheek. "See you again soon, Auntie," he said. Miss Blackwood didn't open her eyes, but as they left, they heard her mumble, "Bye-bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Mummy." As they drove back, Nigel said, "Sorry, that wasn't exactly what you wanted, was it?"
Well, not as far as getting through to Emily, no. But maybe I could call on her again?
"No, Jane." Nigel's tone was sharp. "Poor old Irene. She needs to be left in peace now. Believe it or not, that was a good day. When she was talking about the hard life of the miners, that was almost a proper conversation we had there for a while. I'm amazed."
Sorry, I was being insensitive. Thank you for bringing me, anyway. It was disappointing about Emily, but hearing Nan talking to me through Irene was wonderful. I feel like Nan's here with me, looking out for me.
"She must have loved you a lot, your Nan," Nigel said.
She did. I was all she had. She was widowed young. Oh, she was quite strict, a bit old-fashioned. But she was the wisest, kindest person in the world, and she helped me understand about my mother too, made me see that my mother really did love me, although, unfortunately, in the end, she loved the booze more. Nan helped me come to terms with that and move on. They were quiet for a while. Jane could tell Nigel was plucking up the courage to say something. As they neared the turn-off to the cottage, he said, "So, have you thought about what I said the other day? About your marriage? About my feelings for you?"
I have. A bit.
Jane felt her cheeks flush.
I'll admit I've tried to push it to the back of my mind. I need more time, Nigel. It's a big decision to make, whether to end my marriage. And to be honest, I've been concentrating on finding out more about Emily.
"I understand," he said, as they pulled up outside the house. "The last thing you need is any more pressure from me. Anyway, I've got that information you wanted about the people staying here on that list of dates you gave me. I can go through them now if you like."
Wonderful. Yes, come in and I'll put the kettle on.
Beryl's car was parked on the gravel outside Mrs. Mortimer's door. "Peggy must be home from hospital already," Nigel said. "And that reminds me, I've got some flowers for her in the boot. I'll just leave them on her doorstep. Don't want to disturb her if she's settling back in." Nigel had bought a huge bouquet of red and gold autumn blooms that almost obscured his face as he carried them to the doorstep. Jane watched him as he laid them carefully on the step. She felt a tender, almost painful sensation in her heart. But was it love? Whiskey was pleased she was home. Like most cats, he was largely indifferent to human comings and goings, but he had missed her. She was sure of that. As soon as she'd got settled in her chair, he leapt into her lap, purring loudly and rubbing his head against her hand. Beryl, as usual, was prattling away, fussing about getting the heating on, sorting out the supplies she'd bought to stock up the fridge and freezer.
"You'll be all right for the next week or two, Peg. Now, how about some tea, eh? A decent cuppa, not that stewed hospital brew."
Peggy Mortimer wished her sister would go away. She was home now. She just wanted to be left alone. She hadn't even wanted Beryl to collect her from hospital. She'd much rather it had been an ambulance or a taxi, but Beryl insisted. And on the way back, she'd been cross-questioning her. What exactly had the doctors said? Was she quite better now? Was it a malignant tumour they'd taken out? Did they manage to get it all? Peggy had said nothing, but Beryl wouldn't stop badgering her for information. And in the end, Peggy had snapped. I'm champion Beryl, man. There's nowt wrong with me, so stop asking. As she made the tea, Beryl saw Nigel Blackwood's car draw up. Oh, Peg, it's Mr. Blackwood come to see you. Oh, and he's got Jane from next door with him. Huh, so that's still going on, is it? Peggy muttered. I don't want to speak to them, Beryl. If they knock, tell them I'm resting. Don't worry, looks like they're going into hers. But I think he's left something at the door. I'll go and look. Beryl came back in with her arms full of flowers. Look, Peg, aren't they lovely? What a kind thought. She ripped open the little envelope addressed to Mrs. Mortimer. It says, with best wishes for a speedy recovery, Nigel Blackwood. Ah, isn't that nice? Where do you keep your vases? I'll arrange them for you, shall I? Peggy never cared much for flowers, especially not cut ones. You had all the bother of finding the right vase for them and trimming the stems, and in a few days the water was slimy and stinking, and the flowers were dying and dropping their messy petals all over the place. No, just leave them. I'll see to them later. And don't bother with the tea, she said. I shall be perfectly all right now. You don't have to stay any longer. Once Beryl had gone, and if the operation stitches weren't too painful, she would take the flowers up to the field and dump them. Chapter 24. Nigel had his laptop propped open on the coffee table and sat down next to Jane. His closeness, the subtle scent of his aftershave, was starting to stir her senses, so she had to force herself to ignore the messages her body was giving her. The hot ache inside, even though all she wanted to do at that moment was reach over and hold him. But no, she must concentrate, keep her mind on the matter in hand. This was important. This could be the vital clue to finding out about Emily. Right, here's what we've got, Nigel said, brisk and businesslike. We completed the refurbishment of the house during the last week of September last year. The first tenants in after that were here for 2 weeks, including the full moon date. David and Simon, they've been before. Nice fellas. David writes books, Simon's a birder, so they love it here. That takes us to the next date on your list in October. A women's group had it for 4 days for some sort of training event. 4 of them stayed overnight, the others just came in the daytime. I called in for a chat. No kids with them. You've just got initials next to the dates, Nigel. How can you remember who they are? I told you, data protection. Mrs. Mortimer has the full name and contact details of whoever made the booking on her computer, and we hold the same information at the office, but you know I can't show you that. We don't keep a record of who the additional occupants were, but I can remember just about everyone, at least the recent ones, because Mrs. M, bless her, always gives me a rundown on them when I call to check and see if everything is all right. Oh dear, what did she say about us? She said you'd be no trouble. She got that wrong, didn't she? He grinned, giving Jane a playful nudge. Anyhow, let's press on, shall we? November. GD. Oh, yes, I remember Gemma. She was a lady in her 40s, I'd say. Getting married again. Stayed here with 3 of her pals for a hen weekend. Mrs. Mortimer said they were a noisy lot, drinking and shouting and laughing till the early hours. Several bagloads of empty bottles she had to clear out, tab ends all over the place, even though we asked people not to smoke indoors. Definitely no kids with them. December, another rowdy crew, a couple with 2 teenage boys, were in here for Christmas. Apparently a whole gang of their family and mates descended for a massive party. Mrs. M was not amused. They left the place in a right state, too. We had to replace a ruined mattress, a broken door, and more than a few smashed glasses. Charged them for it, of course. What about January? There's no initials next to that full moon date. No, there was nobody in. January's usually a quiet month after New Year. And it gives Mrs. M a chance to give the place a good clean through. and us to organise any repairs and replacements and things like that.
Would it have been remotely possible for anyone to get in while it's empty?
What, you mean like a squatter? Not a chance. Mrs. M watches the place like a hawk. That's why it's so good having someone like her here all the time. We've got security alarms on most of our other properties, but we don't need them here. Which now brings us to February. We'd had no bookings, so that's the date when I let Laura and Sarah have a long weekend here for a bit of a break.
Laura and Sarah?
My ex-wife and her partner. Laura did have our two youngest with her, but they're both lads, and, not surprisingly, neither are called Emily.
What about Sarah? Does she have children?
No, and what's more, she is very much alive and well, as is Laura. At least they were when I called on them and the kids last week. OK, so that brings us to March. A couple running a yoga and aromatherapy workshop. They didn't stay the night, just had it for the day. No kids. The cottage smelt beautiful after they'd left, mind. April, oh, David and Simon again. They just can't keep away. Then in May, quite an elderly German Herr and Frau tour in the northeast, just the two of them, lovely people.
I'm not too interested in the summer months. When I saw the murder happen, Nigel, there was a sharp frost and it was bitterly cold. I know that can sometimes happen in June, but it's quite unusual.
Right. Well, anyway, June and July were the American couple I told you about, the ones that come every summer. And August, a group of 4 astronomers had it for a bit of stargazing, all fellas. September, this was the last date before you and the prof arrived. A couple and their daughter. The daughter was in her early 20s, not a child, had quite severe learning disabilities, so they needed somewhere quiet and out of the way for her.
And then it was us.
And then it was you. He shut his laptop, and my life was never the same.
Nor mine, she said. Oh well, I suppose that's it then. The end of the line. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless I've got it wrong. The cottage looked just as it looks now when I saw the murder happen. The same sofa, the same decor, and the red cushion. But maybe the events I saw happened sometime before that? 2 or 3 years back, even longer. What if the vision I had just showed me Emily and the woman, their actions, but the background and surroundings were as they are in the present? Nigel squeezed his eyes shut, rubbed the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger.
Can I be honest with you? I think you should let it lie now. I really can't go back over all the past 10 years' worth of bookings. We've deleted all our records from before that. I haven't got the time to spare. And anyway, I'm not sure the results would be that different. Obviously, I can't remember every single tenant that's ever stayed here, but of the ones I met and can recall, I don't think there was anyone matching your description. A tall woman with cropped hair and a blonde-haired child of about 7, I think you said. It doesn't ring any bells at all, I'm afraid. We could ask Mrs. Mortimer, I suppose.
No, it's all right. Jane sighed. A sense of the hopelessness of it all swept over her. Thanks anyway. I need to think about all this now, sort it out in my head. He stood, gathering up his laptop and car keys.
And that other thing we talked about? You'll think about that too.
She nodded. Yes, I will. She watched him get into his car, start the engine, drive off, only for him to reverse to allow another car coming down the track to pass. It was Peter. He was home early. Jane's heart sank. She knew the interrogation that was coming, and she wasn't wrong. He didn't seem angry when he came in, just stony-faced and somehow older and more hunched than usual.
"I trust you've had a pleasant day with Mr. Blackwood," he said, addressing her back as she rinsed out coffee mugs in the sink. Jane turned to face him. It was time to set the record straight. Not about her feelings for Nigel, or his for her, but assuring him of the true fact they'd never been lovers. "Peter, whatever you think is going on between Nigel and me, you're wrong. We've become friends, yes, but that's all. He took me to see his aunt in her nursing home. I was hoping she'd give me a message from Emily, now that I know her name." "And did she?" "Sadly, no. But, oh, Peter, she gave me a message from Nan. I know it was really her. She said she was wearing her blue coat and she called me Flower and told me to pull my socks up. She said I must put the past behind me and look to the future."
"Well, whether it came from beyond the grave or not, that was a very sensible piece of advice. Isn't that what I've been telling you all along? We can't turn back the clock, change the past, whether it's losing Angela or that child murder you say you saw, if it really did happen. We've just got to put it behind us and focus on what lies ahead."
Jane nodded. She knew he was right, but how could she push those memories out of her mind? They were there when she woke up every morning, and the last thing she thought of before sleep. Memories of Angela. Memories of the cushion pressing down and the lifeless child carried up to the cliff top. Memories of Nigel's lips on hers, his arms enfolding her. They all swirled together in a powerful brew of torment and confusion. She made cheese on toast, and Peter lit the log burner. The darkness was coming on earlier and earlier as the year drew towards its final month. They sat in silence. Jane reached for the remote to turn on the TV, but Peter said,
"Hang on a minute. There's something I want to talk to you about."
"I've already told you, Nigel and me—"
"No, it's not about him. It's about us. I got a call from Dr. Tan today. They've bought a house in Darras Hall. They want to move in there straight away, so they'll be leaving the flat earlier than expected. So, if we want, we can go back to our own place next week."
"As soon as that? But we've paid the rent till the 17th.
"Yes, but look."
He swept his arm towards the window and the blackness outside.
"Winter's coming. Nothing but cold, darkness and gloom, and I'm getting sick of the drive to town and back here every night. The traffic crawling up the A1, the filthy weather. I think it's what you need too, darling. You need to be back among people. Bright lights, friends, places to go, city life. I thought peace and quiet was what you needed. But I was wrong. Let's go back."
Yet another decision to make. At that moment, Jane just wanted to crawl into bed, pull the covers over her head, and escape into sleep. But Peter was looking at her expectantly.
"Jane, what do you think?"
"I'm not sure I can leave. That's the one thing Emily doesn't want me to do. I need a little longer. I need to speak to Miss Blackwood again, see if she can—"
"No!"
Peter jumped to his feet, knocking his half-eaten plate of cheese on toast to the floor.
"I'm done with tiptoeing round this, trying not to upset you. For the last time, Emily doesn't exist. She never did. Staying here, look what it's done to you. This non-existent spook kid scaring you witless."
Jane shouted back. "But she doesn't scare me, not anymore. She's only a little girl, a sad, frightened little girl. She can't hurt me. She only wants me to help. But I don't know why, and I don't know how." Peter sat down heavily on the chair opposite.
"Okay. Have it your own way. You're your own woman. I can't make you do anything against your will. But I'm telling you this, Jane. I'm packing up my own things, and I'm leaving here next week to go back to town
with or without you. You can stay here, chasing ghosts with Loverboy Blackwood if you like." So that's it, Jane thought. This wasn't just about Emily, it was about him getting her away from Nigel, back where he could keep an eye on her. "So, let me get this straight," she said quietly. "Are you asking me to choose between helping Emily and our marriage?" "If you want to put it that way, yes. Yes, I am. Us, our marriage, or this so-called ghost. Now, I've got some work to do. I'll be sleeping in my workroom tonight." He stomped upstairs. Them next door had been shouting again last night. She heard them through the wall. But Mrs. Mortimer wasn't bothered about that. They wouldn't be here much longer, and thanks to the morphine, she really didn't care what they were up to anymore. She had fallen asleep, listening to the familiar ebb and flow of the sea, and slept soundly. She was warm, and for the moment pain-free, and Whiskey was curled up on the end of the bed, purring. It was 7 o'clock and still dark when she got up and went into the kitchen, Whiskey padding after her. Out of the window she saw Mr. Eagle getting into his car, setting off for work. She could have gone back to bed, rested some more, but there were things she had to do, and the sooner she got them over with, the better. For a start, she was going to put the bairns up for sale on eBay. Arabella, Lily, Aidan and Serena, and all their lovely clothes, their cots and the pram. It was sad, and she would miss them, but she didn't want Beryl getting her hands on them after she'd gone. They were her bairns, and she'd rather they went to a stranger than have her sister touching them, dressing them, holding them. She'd kept the boxes they arrived in, so it would be an easy job packing them all up again, and she'd ring the farm, ask one of the Armstrong lads to pick up the packages and take them to the post office for her. Then there was her will to check over. She'd made it some time ago. There wasn't much to leave, but she had a bit put by. Although they'd always made it all too obvious they'd favoured Beryl over her, her parents had been fair when it came to treating both their daughters equally in their will, and she'd kept it in a secret account where Eric couldn't touch it. Peggy Mortimer had long ago decided that all her assets would go to the Cats Protection Charity. She wasn't having a penny going to Beryl, whose late husband had left her very well off, and certainly not to those 2 lazy slob nephews. She didn't want a funeral, and anyway, who would come? Beryl, perhaps, and maybe Mr. Blackwood. So, no fuss, no hymns and prayers, no eulogies. Just a cremation and her ashes scattered in the sea. But then there was Whiskey. What would become of him? She didn't think Blackwoods would put a new caretaker in her house. They would want to turn it into another holiday let, another money spinner. This had always been Whiskey's home. He would hate to be anywhere else. So she would write a note and add it to her will. On her death, she wanted Whiskey humanely put to sleep, cremated, and his ashes scattered in the sea with hers, to join all those poor little kittens Eric had murdered. She didn't trust Beryl to follow her wishes, so she would address the note to Mr. Blackwood. He had gone down in her estimation, carrying on with her next door, but despite that, he was still a good man, as men go. Once that was out of the way, she'd think about writing that other letter. The one she really didn't want to write, but knew she must. Chapter 25. I'm so sorry, Irene isn't having any visitors at the moment. Alison Fairbairn was talking to Jane in the hallway of Hillfield House. I'm afraid she's deteriorated in the last few hours, and she's sleeping most of the time now. I don't think she has very much longer, so we're keeping her quiet and comfortable. This was it then, her last attempt at finding an answer slipping away from her. Jane had jumped in her car that morning and headed for the nursing home, despite what Nigel had said about leaving her in peace. Now she realised she should have rung first and saved herself the trip. Goodbye, Miss Blackwood, she thought. Give Nan and Angela a hug from me when you get to the other side, if there is another side. Now the whole day stretched ahead of her, cold, damp and grey. She didn't want to go back to the cottage. She had a lot of thinking to do. She drove round aimlessly for a while. The early morning drizzle had eased off, so she headed north. She parked the car at Bamborough under the shadow of the brooding castle and started to walk over the dunes back towards Sea Houses. A feeble late autumn sun emerged from behind the clouds. She found a high hollowed-out spot among the spiky marram grass and sat down, hugging her coat round her, gazing out to sea. Miss Blackwood was dying, and could tell her no more. There was no trace of anyone matching Emily and her mother, either having stayed at the cottage or their bodies being found. No record that she could find of them being reported missing either. It seemed like the end of the road. And gradually, a realisation dawned. There was only one conclusion. Peter was right. Emily did not exist. The little girl, her mother, the murder, none of it was real. Her thoughts went back to the meeting she and Peter had with the consultant psychiatrist last summer at the hospital. He'd spent a long time explaining about the schizophrenia diagnosis, drawing little spidery diagrams of the brain, talking about delusions and hallucinations, neurotransmitters and synapses. She wasn't really listening to any of it, because she was looking at the picture of the doctor with his wife and children on the shelf near his desk. The little girl on his knee in the photograph looked a bit like Angela. But Peter was hanging on his every word, bombarding him with questions, and soon the doctor was addressing everything he said to Peter, and Jane just looked out of the window at the birds swooping across a blue summer sky. Only one thing she remembered clearly from that meeting was the consultant saying, "Your brain is basically just a 3-pound blob sitting inside your skull, but it's the most complex organ in the body. It controls everything, every voluntary and involuntary move you make, all the sensory impressions you receive, all the emotions you feel. So it's not surprising that sometimes the electrochemical balance goes out of kilter." Now the penny finally dropped with a sickening clunk, and she realised that the faulty wiring, the misfiring neurons and synapses in her 3-pound blob, had created Emily and the whole scenario, made them seem real. It was the blob had made her sleepwalk and write the message on the sketch pad and in the sand, and probably throw the cushion into the sea. But what about the message from Nan? That was real, wasn't it? Miss Blackwood had told her she had the gift. But maybe it wasn't a gift, or a curse, come to that. It was just the blob that was her broken, messed-up brain. And then there was Nigel. Jane stared out at the pearly grey sea, searching for an answer. Nigel had come along at a time when she'd really needed him. He was understanding, kind. He made her feel like an attractive, desirable woman again, and there was no doubt the physical attraction between them was a powerful thing. She loved the way he treated her as an equal, never made her feel like a fragile, dependent child, as Peter so often did. But did she really know him? They'd only met a few weeks ago. She and Peter had been together for over 8 years. Nigel understood her emotions over the death of Angela. That was true. But Peter had shared them, been through the same grief. Angela was his child too,
But Jane hadn't really considered that before. She thought back to Susie's words, how Peter hadn't been able to grieve over Angela because he was too focused on supporting her. It was true, she'd been trapped in her own little bubble of anger and sadness when she should have let Peter in, should have let them grieve together, support each other. Until recently, she'd gone over and over that terrible night they lost Angela so many times in her mind, and only in the last few weeks had been able to bury it away to a place deep inside, where it would always remain. But she no longer felt the need to keep revisiting those agonizing memories. Until now. She got to her feet, wrapping her coat firmly round her against the sea breeze, and as she marched on over the soft sand of the dunes, she was there again with Peter, holding his hand as they sat side by side in the poky waiting room in A&E, while across the corridor the doctors were crowded round their precious daughter, fighting to save her. She could picture the red plastic chairs, the rain crawling down the window pane, the bright strip light above, and the dark night outside, the coffee machine with its stack of polystyrene cups. She breathed in again the hot, stuffy hospital smell, and felt the fear and panic move in her stomach.
Peter, I'm going to be sick.
And hurtling through the swing doors and down the corridor to the toilets. And after she'd thrown up, she splashed her face with cold water, and instead of going back to A&E, went outside and stood on the hospital steps in the rain, staring up at the night sky, and prayed to a God she didn't really believe in, but might, just might, be there.
Dear God, please, please, please let her be all right.
And when she came back to the ward, there was one of the doctors talking quietly to Peter in the corridor. The doctor hadn't seen Jane approaching, and as he walked away, Peter slumped back against the wall, and she saw his knees give way as he slithered down to the floor, crouching in a ball with his head in his hands, his shoulders heaving. He was crying, and that could only mean one thing. But instead of going to him, holding him so they could cry together, she walked past him, ignored him, running after the doctor, calling out to him, "What's happened?" She remembered feeling angry with Peter. He should be the one to tell her the unbearable news, so why was he huddled there on the floor? How could he fall apart, let her down, when she needed him to be her strong, firm rock, holding her up as this tsunami of grief swept over her? But of course, the tidal wave had come crashing down just as hard on him. How could she have been so selfish, so blind? And was it too late now to tell him she was sorry? She walked on, up and down the sand dunes, going over and over everything about her life with Peter, remembering the moment she first saw him, striding across the campus with a wodge of books and papers under his arm. As soon as she saw him, she thought, "It's him. It's Mr. Rochester." Jane Eyre was her favourite book of all time, one she'd read over and over again. She'd identified completely with that plain little misfit, and not just because her name was Jane too, but because of the way she overcame her bleak childhood and won the heart of the granite-featured Mr. Rochester. And there he was, Mr. Rochester made real, walking towards her. She saw him, just as Charlotte Brontë described him, the great dark eyes, the stern features, the heavy brow, the thick dark hair streaked with grey. It was him. She'd rushed back to the office and asked Susie and the other women who he was. "Oh, that sounds like Professor Eagle," they said. "The students call him Prof. Beaky." "Professor Eagle?
It suits him. And his nose isn't beaky. It's noble, majestic. They'd laughed. Forget it, Jane. He's much too old for you. And he's a crusty old bachelor. But Susie said, he's a lovely man, Jane. Everybody who knows him likes him. And then, not long after, the miracle happened. He told her afterwards that he noticed her one warm summer day, sitting alone on the university steps opposite the Haymarket, reading a book, and fell in love with her at once. You looked just like a pre-Raphaelite painting, with your flowing auburn hair and your long skirt, he said. He sat down beside her, asked her what she was reading. It was Jane Eyre, of course, and they'd had a long conversation about the Brontes. He asked her if she'd ever been to the parsonage at Haworth, and when she said she hadn't, he promised he'd take her there. While Jane's contemporaries were out clubbing and drinking, she and Peter had their first date at the Lang Art Gallery to see the Pre-Raphaelites, and a few weeks later he took her to Haworth, and they stayed the night at a country hotel. Lying in his arms that night, she felt safe and loved for the first time since Nan died. "Sorry, I'm a bit rusty at this," Peter had said. He'd had a number of relationships with women, but they never lasted long, because, before Jane, his first love was always his work. But Jane laughed, kissed him, and said, "If that was you being rusty, I can't wait till we've polished the rust away." Peter came from a different background from Jane's. A comfortably off, stable and affectionate academic family, a home full of books and music and dogs, conversation and laughter, a private education, and no discernible hang-ups or baggage. He was older, of course, set in his ways, and beginning to edge towards that grumpy, intolerant persona that seemed to be so common in men once they reached middle age. But Jane was sure she could change that, and in return he could teach her so much. He was the most brilliant person she'd ever met. His knowledge was amazing, not just about physics, maths and the scientific world, but art and literature and music, philosophy, history and politics. He opened Jane's eyes, literally showing her a whole new universe when he sat by her as she looked through his telescope at the night sky. He was her mentor, her teacher, her guide, and most of all, her lover, husband, and a tender and devoted father to Angela. How could she have ever considered leaving him? Jane had been walking and thinking for hours, and now the light was fading, and she would have to get back to Banbury. The walk back seemed to take twice as long. Her legs ached by the time she reached her car. Before she drove back to the cottage, she must ring Nigel. She knew it would be difficult to tell him her decision, so the sooner she got it over with, the better. She was more than a little relieved when she heard his recorded voice. "Nigel Blackwood here. Sorry I can't take your call at the moment. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you." This would be so much easier. No conversation, no explanations. "Hi, it's me, Jane. Just wanted to let you know that Peter and I will be vacating the cottage earlier than planned next week and returning to Newcastle. Together. Sorry. I know you'll understand. I hope you'll always be my friend. Goodbye, and thanks for everything." Then, for some reason she couldn't explain, she started to sob. Whether it was relief or whether it was sadness, she couldn't tell. Maybe a combination of both. But as Nan would say, it was time to pull her socks up. She blew her nose, wiped her tears, and turned the ignition key. For Mrs. Mortimer, the day had been satisfactory. The morphine had kept the worst of the pain at bay and made her pleasantly sleepy.
In the morning, she'd taken photographs of the bairns, arranging them in their best outfits, and posted them on eBay. And in a matter of hours, she'd had a string of bids for all of them. She'd slept for 3 solid hours in the afternoon, only woken by the phone ringing. It was the hospital, asking her to come in for another appointment. She wouldn't go. She'd told them plain enough she didn't want chemotherapy, so why trek all that way in an expensive taxi just to have the same discussion? They'd talked about her having a nurse call regularly to make sure she was comfortable, but that was further down the line. She told them no. For the moment, she was better off on her own, and if the morphine stopped being enough to deal with the pain, she'd already made the decision. She would go for a long walk into the sea and let the waves close over her. She had never learned to swim, so it would be quick. She settled down with a cup of tea at the kitchen table with a sheet of paper, an envelope, and a pen. On the envelope she wrote, "To be opened only after my death." She had just written today's date at the top of the paper when there was a knock at the door, and there was Mr. Eagle, looking distracted, clutching his phone, running his fingers through his hair.
"Mrs. Mortimer, sorry to disturb you, but I've just got home and my wife isn't there, nor is her car. It's dark and I'm worried. I've tried ringing her, but I can't get a signal on my phone. Did you happen to notice when she went out?"
"I did see her leave, yes, about 11:30 this morning, I believe."
"Was she on her own?"
"Yes, she was. You could try walking up the track a little way. The phone signal down here is very unpredictable. It's because of the house being situated in a dip." She watched as he followed her advice and stood up the track, fiddling with his phone. He came back.
"It's no good. Nothing's working," he said. "Mrs. Mortimer, you have a landline in your house, don't you? Could I try that? If I can't get through to Jane, I'll have to ring the police, you see. She's not been in a good state recently, and we've been having some disagreements. I'm very concerned she might do something silly."
Mrs. Mortimer did not like having anyone in her house, apart from Mr. Blackwood, of course, but he never stayed too long. She was still furious with Beryl, letting her next door and her friend come in, showing them the bairns. But poor Mr. Eagle, he really did look distraught, although it was her opinion the only silly thing his wife was likely to be doing at that moment was cozying up somewhere with Mr. Blackwood. Just as she reluctantly opened the door for him to come in, car headlights appeared, coming down the track.
"Oh, thank God, it's her!" he shouted. "Thanks, Mrs. Mortimer. Sorry to have bothered you."
"Don't mention it, I'm sure," she said, shutting the door. What a relief. Jane was in his arms the moment she stepped out of the car. Peter hugged her.
"Oh, love, I was so worried. I was on the verge of ringing the police. Where have you been? Are you all right?"
"Of course I am," she said. "Honestly, Peter, there's no need to make a fuss. It's only 6 o'clock, not the middle of the night." She'd expected him to be angry, accusing, but he just seemed relieved. "I've just been walking and thinking."
"What about?"
"Oh, everything. You, me, Emily, my brain, us leaving here, Jane Eyre."
"Jane Eyre?"
"I spent so long looking for my Mr. Rochester, and then I found him." She took his face between her hands, kissed him. "So I'm not letting him go now, even if he does decide to shove his mad wife up in the attic."
"I haven't got a mad wife, just a beautiful, young, talented wife, and I don't want you in the attic. I want you in my bed, next to me."
He stroked her hair, pressed his face against her shoulder.
"I've been so terrified of losing you. I've been going over in my head what I was going to say to you tonight. I was going to say that I'll never try to tie you down or control you again, and if you wanted to leave me for Nigel Blackwood, then I wouldn't try to stop you. But
All I want to say to you now is please, Jane. Please don't leave me. I'll be no good without you. I need you."
He needed her. That was a revelation. Jane had always thought she was the needy one. They went back into the house. In the kitchen, they kissed. "I've been a self-absorbed cow, haven't I?" she said. "Susie told me what you told her, that you hadn't been able to grieve for Angela because you were so wrapped up in coping with me."
Did she say that? She shouldn't have, although it's true. I used to go off for long walks over the town moor those early days after she died, just so I could howl my eyes out without you seeing.
You did all the supporting. We should have been supporting each other. I'm sorry. And that night at the hospital, when I walked past you, I shouldn't— He put his finger against her lips.
Don't say any more. I understand. We weren't in our right minds. Neither of us will ever forget that time, but let's not dwell on it. It's gone. It's past.
They stood holding each other close for a while. Then Peter said,
"Shall we go out tonight? Find a pub and have dinner?"
"No. Let's stay in. There's a chicken curry in the freezer I can defrost."
"Okay. But not just yet,"
he said, drawing her close again. They went upstairs. Later, as they shared their supper, he said,
"So, what about those other decisions you made while you were walking? About Emily, for instance?"
"I think she doesn't exist. She never did. I have schizophrenia, and I'll take the medication. I'll deal with it." He nodded.
"And what about us vacating the cottage next week? Will you be coming with me?"
"Yes, of course," she said, kissing him again. "Let's go home." Mrs. Mortimer picked up the pen. She had never been much good at expressing herself. But this had to be done. She must set the record straight. She didn't think Katie Harris's parents would still be alive, but if they were, they must still wonder every single day what happened to their daughter. And as for Eric's nasty old witch of a mother, she was almost certainly dead. But there were his brothers and a sister who she'd not spoken to in years. They deserved to know. Slowly and carefully, she wrote, "In April 1985, I shot and killed my husband, Eric Mortimer, and his lover, Katie Harris. Their bodies are buried in the field about 10 yards from the rear of the house. I acted alone, and no other person was involved." She signed her name at the bottom, folded the paper in half, and put it inside the envelope. She propped it up against her tea mug, wondering who would open it, and when, and what they would think. After a few moments, she picked the envelope up and took it to the empty sink. She held it by a corner, struck a match, and let the flame lick and curl up the paper, and when it was well alight, dropped it in the sink until it was just flakes of ash, turned on the tap, and washed it down the plug hole. Because it wasn't true. It was a lie. That wasn't what happened. Chapter 26. Despite the medication, Peggy Mortimer had not slept well. She lay staring at the ceiling most of the night, wondering if she should write another letter, only this time it would be the truth. But what was the truth? It had been so long ago, and she had, over the years, deliberately pushed thoughts of it out of her mind whenever they threatened to intrude. Some events of that terrible day were still clear, but others had faded. It was painful, but she must try to remember, get it right, if she was to leave an accurate account of what really happened.
Of course, she knew about Eric and Katie Harris. Men were such fools, thinking a woman doesn't notice things like the smell of unfamiliar perfume on his clothes or receipts for jewellery and restaurant meals found in his trouser pockets when she checked before putting them in the wash. It hurt, but she chose to ignore it, like she had all the other times, and it would blow over soon enough. Keeping busy helped keep her mind off it. She was out most days on her bike, pedalling up and down the country lanes, cleaning holiday cottages for John Blackwood. At that time, they only had half a dozen properties, not like now, and she'd taken on an unpaid job too, looking after Irene Blackwood next door. Her neighbour was only in her mid-50s, but she'd been getting more and more forgetful and muddled, neglecting herself and letting the house get in a dirty and disorganised mess. Peggy Mortimer took to calling in on her every day, giving the place a bit of a clean and tidy up, making Miss Blackwood cups of tea and sandwiches, doing her laundry. She didn't even mind having to listen to her increasingly deranged ranting about religion and politics, subjects which held not the slightest interest for her. It was the defeat of the miners and the end of the strike in March that year which seemed to trigger Miss Blackwood's rapid decline. Peggy Mortimer would go in to find she'd put her shoes in the fridge or left the oven on all night with nothing in it. Another time, she nearly set fire to the house after knocking over a candle and letting it burn away half the curtains. At night, she could be heard through the wall, shouting and raging, especially if Mrs. Thatcher was on the TV. It was a Thursday night in April, she couldn't remember the exact date, when Eric came home from work and announced, quite casually, "I'm leaving tomorrow, Peg. Gone into London." Why? How long for? She could picture him now, slouching at the kitchen table, still in his work boots, tab dangling from his lips. "There's a gadgie I know down there says there's plenty of gardening work going in the London parks. Reckon I could make a lot more money than working at the Hall." "Will you be sending for me once you've found a place for us, then?" she asked. He gave her a sneering grin. "Nah, you'll not be coming, Peg. When I said I'm leaving, I meant I'm leaving you. For good. So, you'd better get used to the idea." "But what about your job? This house? Your garden?" "I've packed the job in. You'll have to get out of the house. You'll never manage the rent on what you earn. Blackwood will hoy you out." She remembered the feeling of utter despair that swept over her. She hated the man, but she supposed she loved him too, although she wasn't sure what love meant. She just knew she needed him, craved even the rough, brutish encounters that passed for lovemaking. She couldn't imagine life without him, for all he made that life a misery. "Don't leave, Eric. You can carry on seeing Katie Harris. I won't mind. Just don't leave." "Tough. Me and Katie, we're off tomorrow. So you can stay here till they chuck you out, you and that fucking cat." He laughed, threw his tab end on the floor, and ground it out with the heel of his boot. "And look after that garden of mine while you're still here. I just put the seed tatties in so you'll get a good crop come the summer, if Blackwood hasn't kicked you out by then." Next morning, as usual, she went to see to Miss Blackwood. She was wandering aimlessly around the house, wearing a summer dress that looked like it dated from the 1950s over a dirty pair of tracksuit bottoms.
"Miss Blackwood, I might not be able to come in and help you for much longer,"
she explained as simply as she could what Eric had said.
"How dare he? Wickedness! Wickedness!"
Miss Blackwood exploded.
"The man is a monster. I know how he treats you, my dear. I can hear what goes on through the wall."
You will be well rid of him, but you shouldn't lose your home. I shall see to it you don't. You're not to worry. I'll speak to my brother, make sure he lets you stay in the house. After all, you do work for him. And what would I do without you? I need you here." Then followed a long tirade about the evils of fornication, how sinners would meet their just deserts in hell. "Leviticus chapter 20, dear. The adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death." Eric had left the house early, but his things were still lying around, so she guessed he must be going to pick up the wages he was owed at the hall and would be back later to pack his bags. Friday was Peggy's busiest day, the day holidaymakers usually left, and she had to get the properties clean and shipshape for the next arrivals. That Friday was no different, so she expected to be out all day. Feeling desolate and sick at heart, despite Miss Blackwood's promise to help, she got on her bike and pedalled off to work. It was only when she'd finished the second cottage on the list that she realised that with all the shock and upset, she'd forgotten to bring her usual sandwiches. Now it was 2:00, and her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She had felt too churned up to eat any breakfast. The next cottage on the list was in Embleton, not too far from home, so she would go back home and make herself a quick snack. It was a beautiful day, she remembered, bright and sunny, the birds singing and the first buds of spring beginning to show in the bare hedgerows. She rattled down the track on her bike, being careful to avoid the deep ruts. She was halfway down the track when she heard 2 sharp cracks. Bird scarer? Surely not. There was no crop growing nearby. Or was Eric out in the field shooting rabbits again? She hoped he wasn't there. She really didn't want to see him. There were 2 more loud cracks. And then, as she swung round the bend, she saw Eric's car, the Morris Traveller, parked outside, and the back door of the house wide open. She stopped, half intending to turn round and just press on to the next job. But at that moment, Miss Blackwood appeared at the back door, her long grey hair hanging unpinned and straggly. She was holding Eric's shotgun and looking dazed. "What have you done? What have you done?" Mrs. Mortimer remembered shouting as she flung the bike to one side and pushed past her. "Where's Eric?" "They're upstairs," Miss Blackwood said. Then she added, "I think they may be dead." Peggy flew up the 7 steps to the one little bedroom. There on the bed was Eric, her husband, face down and naked, except for the jeans and underpants crumpled round his ankles. She remembered thinking how pale his buttocks looked in contrast to his muscular back, tanned brown from working shirtless in the sun. The back of his head, with that lovely shoulder-length curly hair, was a smashed and matted mess of blood. And underneath him lay Katy, her plump white legs spread wide either side of Eric's body, and the top of her head just visible under Eric's shoulder, blown away and slowly pulsing out thick red spurts over the white pillow. The moments after that were a blur to her now. She remembered running to the bathroom, retching up bile over the toilet, and Miss Blackwood standing beside her, still clutching the gun, saying, "Oh, dear, are you all right? Was it something you ate, do you think?" "Something I ate? Miss Blackwood, you've killed my husband." The horror of what she'd done must have come home to Irene Blackwood then, because she let the gun clatter to the floor. "I did it for you, dear. You were so good to me, so kind. And they were fornicating, defiling your marriage bed with their filthy lust. I couldn't allow it to go on, could I?" The adulterer and the adulteress must surely be put to death. I shall have to ring the police. No! Miss Blackwood wailed, clutching Peggy's hands. No, not the police. They're the agents of the state, the oppressors, the enemies of the people. They'll throw me in prison. Please, don't let them take me. Dear Mrs. Mortimer, please. You won't go to prison. You weren't in your right mind, Miss Blackwood. You'll be sent to a mental hospital, I expect. I won't go. I shall shoot myself. She went to grab the gun, but Peggy managed to snatch it first. I think we must sit down calmly now. Think about what we are going to do. She felt as if she was in the middle of a mad nightmare, but she'd never been one to give in to hysterics or shows of emotion. So she calmly put the gun aside, filled the kettle, and they sat down at the kitchen table, just as if they were having a friendly chat over afternoon tea. You'd better tell me exactly what happened, she said. Miss Blackwood told her how she'd seen Eric and Katie arrive at the cottage at lunchtime. She'd watched them running around in the field together, Eric showing off, shooting at birds, jokily pointing the gun at Katie, and laughing when she shrieked. They'd gone in the house, Eric coming out later with a couple of suitcases, which he put in the back of the Morris Traveller. Then Katie came out, and they leant against the side of the car. She had her hands all over him, and his hands were up her skirt. Oh, it was disgusting, horrible. And then they went back into the house, still pawing at each other. I knew then I had to do God's will. I only meant to come round here and give them a piece of my mind. But then I heard Almighty God's voice, commanding me to tell them they must repent their evil doing and be saved. But he didn't tell you to murder them, did he? Panic and nausea began to churn in Peggy Mortimer's stomach again. I don't know. I just knew I had to make it stop. Those terrible noises. When I came into the house, I could hear them. Bestial sounds. Him grunting like a pig, her squealing, the bed rattling against the wall. I had to put an end to it, don't you see? And I saw the gun propped up against the kitchen table here and an open box of cartridges on the table. I know how to handle a shotgun, you know. Daddy used to take me clay pigeon shooting when I was still just a child, and when I was older let me join the shooting parties up at the hall, so I developed quite a skill at it. I was a good shot, Daddy said. Never mind about that. Tell me what happened next. Peggy's hand was shaking violently as she poured out the tea. It must be the shock setting in, she thought. I slid a couple of cartridges in the barrels, went upstairs. I saw him on top of her, his nasty little rump pounding away, such a revolting sight. I couldn't stand it. She saw me over his shoulder, started screaming, "Eric, Eric!" But he didn't look round. Filthy beast. He laughed. He must have thought she was screaming with pleasure. I aimed at the back of his head and pulled the trigger. She was screaming even louder then, trying to push him off her, so I shot her too. But she was still moaning and twitching, so I went down and reloaded and came back up to finish them off. She stared at Peggy, her mouth dropping open, suddenly aghast. I've done a very wrong thing, haven't I? What they talked about after that, Peggy Mortimer couldn't recall. At some point, it had dawned on her that the police, if she called them, might think she'd killed them. She had more of a motive than Miss Blackwood. She was the wronged wife, and it was common knowledge in the village that Eric was violent and abusive towards her. She'd started wearing heavy makeup early on in her marriage to disguise the bruises, but a black eye and swollen lip were harder to cover up. And even if Miss Blackwood admitted to the murder, would they believe her? Miss Blackwood was getting agitated now, realising what she'd done, so to calm her down, Peggy said, "It's all right. Don't worry. I won't call the police. Eric and Katie were going away together, so if they disappear, nobody will be surprised. So, all we have to do is dispose of their bodies." They discussed various options. Rolling them over the cliff top was dismissed, as the bodies would surely come to light sooner or later, and they didn't have access to a boat that would allow them to dump the bodies far out at sea. The possibility of opening the hatch to the septic tank at the top of the field near the farm and dropping them in there was considered, and again discounted. The septic tank was in clear sight of the farm, so they might be spotted, or else the bodies would be found when the tank was emptied. "I think we'll have to bury them," Peggy said. Miss Blackwood had an ancient and very battered white van which she'd owned for years, but rarely drove now, since being banned for a year for dangerous driving, following an incident with her van and a tractor. They could put the bodies in the back and take them somewhere miles away, to Kielder Forest perhaps. Northumberland had so many large areas of wild woodland and forest, but it would be a risky business. Always a chance they might be seen, and they would need to spend a long time digging a deep enough grave to hold 2 bodies. It was then that an idea came to her. Eric had built a little water feature next to his vegetable plot, a smaller version of the one he had constructed in the garden of the hall. He'd made a rockery, dug a pond, rigged up a fountain to trickle down the rockery into it. It had taken him months, and he was very proud of it. He'd stocked the pond with water lilies and nicked a few goldfish from the hall to put in it. But over the winter, the pond lining cracked, and the water gradually seeped away, so that now it was just a pit with a puddle of muddy water at the bottom. It couldn't have been more convenient, and it struck Peggy then it was rather fitting that Eric Mortimer had dug his own grave. But until they could put the bodies in it, there was a lot of work to be done. Gritting herself, she went upstairs again, this time with a roll of black plastic sacks, scissors, baling twine and duct tape. "Come and help me, Miss Blackwood," she called. In the bedroom, Coco the cat was sitting on the bed, just inches from the entwined bodies. She was curled up in a neat ball, blinking sleepily. She would never go anywhere near Eric when he was alive. She already had a belly full of kittens again, so maybe she realised that this time she was going to keep them. The 2 women heaved and tugged, prizing apart the dead lovers, Miss Blackwood insisting that Peggy pull up Eric's trousers, the sight of his exposed genitals being more repellent to her than his exploded skull. They wrapped the bodies in several layers of black plastic and bound them up securely with the tape, so that they looked like 2 Egyptian mummies lying side by side. Peggy folded the blood-soaked bedspread tightly around them both, parcelled them up as one with baling twine, and together they pushed, pulled, and rolled them off the bed, bumped them down the stairs into the kitchen. It was hard and heavy work, even though Miss Blackwood was a physically fit and wiry woman, and Peggy, not yet 30, was strong as an athlete from all the bicycling and cleaning she did. They rested for a while. It was late afternoon now, and Peggy was hoping and praying no one would come down the track and see what was going on. There was no time to rest any more. They would have to be quick. She went to the door, intending to go and inspect the state of the empty pond,
But it was then that she saw Eric's car, the Morris Traveller, still parked outside. How would she explain that? Eric and Katie had disappeared, but the car was still there. They could have gone to London on the train or the coach, of course, but they would have driven the car to the railway station or the bus station. A taxi? No, Katie's parents might take it into their heads to ask around, find out if any taxi driver remembered them. Miss Blackwood could drive the car to Alnmouth Station, perhaps, leave it in the car park. It would soon be discovered there, of course. Where could they dump it, where it wouldn't be found, at least for some time? It was Miss Blackwood who came up with the idea to abandon it near the airport. They could have caught the plane to Heathrow. There's a lot of open countryside surrounding the airport where we can leave the car, she said. Right. We need to do that tonight, while it's dark and there's hardly anyone around. We can't leave them two on the kitchen floor like that. We'll have to put them in the back of your van, Miss Blackwood. You drive ahead of me, and I'll follow in the Traveller. Then you can drive us back here. There was a snag with that. Peggy Mortimer couldn't drive. Eric had given her 2 or 3 lessons earlier in their marriage, but they always ended in arguments, so she'd not pursued it. Oh well, she'd just have to do her best and hope that there was nothing else on the road, especially not a police car. While they waited for nightfall, Peggy went up and stripped the bed of all the blood-stained sheets and pillows. The blood had soaked through to the mattress, and there were blood splashes up the wall. She bundled up the soiled linen and bagged it, and scrubbed away any traces of blood she could find on the wall and floor. She picked up the spent cartridges and threw them in the bin. Eric's denim jacket was slung over the back of the chair. She would have to dispose of all his clothes, but that could wait. She checked the pockets of his jacket and found his wallet. In it was a bundle of £20 notes, 25 of them. That was about all they had in their joint bank account. He must have cleared it out, leaving her nothing. She stuffed the money in her pocket. Good. She would use it to add to the secret account she had in her name, the one where she'd put her parents' legacy. As darkness fell, they dragged the dead weight of the gruesome parcel slowly, inch by inch, thumping and bumping out of the house, over the gravel, out and into the back of Miss Blackwood's van. It was a painful struggle, with much heaving and pushing, leaving them gasping for breath, but they managed it. They covered the wrapped bodies with a large tarpaulin and locked the doors. It was decided they would wait until 2 a.m. before embarking on the trip to the airport. It would take them under an hour, Miss Blackwood thought. There was no question of getting any sleep, although they were both exhausted emotionally and physically, so they went back to Miss Blackwood's house. Peggy made them cocoa, and they sat in her gloomy parlour, waiting for the hours to pass. Eric and Katie's cases were still in the back of the Traveller. Peggy took them out, stashed them away in a cupboard, and cleared out other bits and pieces from the glove compartment, another thing to deal with later. At 2 a.m, they set off, Peggy crunching the gears and kangaroo hopping to start with, but she soon got into the swing of it, and once they got a clear run on the A1, she could keep it in 4th gear, and it was easy, just a case of keeping her foot steady on the accelerator. Apart from the occasional lorry, the roads were deserted, and at the Pontalan turning, they headed right towards the airport, down dark and empty lanes. About half a mile before the roundabout, where they'd have turned left for the airport, Miss Blackwood signalled a right turn, and Peggy followed the van into an entrance to a large ploughed field, ringed with trees and thick hedges. They bumped slowly down the rough ground at the side of the field, until a particularly deep rut caused the steering wheel to lurch out of Peggy's grasp, and the Traveller rolled down into a ditch, almost lying on its side, with the exhaust hanging off. Miss Blackwood helped her scramble out, shaken but unharmed. "My dear, you've done splendidly," she said. "They won't find it for a while. It's almost hidden by the undergrowth. Now hop in the van and let's get back. And you're not to think of staying in your house tonight. You must stay with me." Peggy remembered the journey back as being the most frightening part of the whole nightmarish day. Miss Blackwood drove as if pursued by demons much too fast, so that the bodies in the back rolled and thumped against the sides of the van as they slewed round corners. "We'll leave them until the morning," Miss Blackwood said, almost cheerily. Peggy sat rigid and speechless, terrified that she was going to die at any minute. Strange that now she was really staring death in the face, she wasn't in the least afraid. Chapter 27. Good Lord! Whatever is Morticia up to? Peter was making them tea and toast in the kitchen. He was leaving later today. His first tutorial wasn't until 11:30. Jane joined him at the window. They could see Mrs. Mortimer making her way over the steep uphill slope of the field, holding an armful of flowers. "Those were the flowers Nigel left for her," Jane said. "Obviously she doesn't like them." "She doesn't look well at all, does she?" Peter said. "Very tottery. Do you think she's okay?" "Well, she hasn't been out of hospital long, and according to her sister, she did have quite a big operation." They watched as she stopped at a point in the middle of the field where the ground levelled out and there was a slightly raised hump covered in tufts of grass and brambles. She flung the flowers down and turned back, treading cautiously over the uneven ground. Peter was going to take next week off, packing up his boxes full of books and papers, his computer, printer, and the telescope over the coming weekend, and returning to the flat on Monday. He would sort things out in the flat ready for Jane's return, and Jane would stay in the cottage for a couple of days to pack up her things and give the place a thorough clean. "We don't want Morticia to have to do it with her still convalescing," Peter said. "I'm sure Blackwood could arrange for another cleaner to come in and do it, but I can't imagine she'd like that. She's very proprietary about this cottage, isn't she? It's her patch." Once Peter had gone, she checked her phone. There was a text from Nigel. "Jane, thanks for the message. Sincerely wishing you and the prof all the best. Yes, friends it is then. And remember, I'm always here for you, if you need me for anything, any time. Not goodbye, but au revoir. Nigel. P.S. Hillfield House rang me this morning. Aunt Irene passed away peacefully in her sleep during the night." There was another message from Sheila Wetherall, inviting Jane to an art group meeting at the village hall next Thursday. She'd forgotten all about them. She tapped out a brief reply, thanking her and saying she'd have loved to come, but she was going home next Wednesday. Maybe she would come up again next year if they had another exhibition. Peggy Mortimer was glad she'd got rid of those flowers. They were starting to wither, and the sight of them depressed her. She wasn't sure what had prompted her to leave them on the grave. For all these years, she'd done her best to block it out of her mind, never going anywhere near it. But thinking about writing down the true facts of what had happened had forced her to focus her mind on it again. She'd just sat down, wondering where to begin, when the phone rang. It was Mr. Blackwood, to tell her that his aunt had died. "I'm sorry to hear that, I'm sure," she said. "Yes, she was a remarkable lady, wasn't she? You'll be welcome to come to the funeral, of course," he said. "The family won't forget how good you were to her for all those years. It must have been difficult. My father was very grateful to you." "Thank you, but I don't care for funerals," she said. So that was that then. And suddenly there didn't seem any point in writing down the truth.
She tore up the blank sheet of paper in front of her. The truth could go with her to the crematorium flames. Why destroy Mr. Blackwood's memory of his aunt? Let him remember her as that remarkable lady, not a murderer. She began to think about those days after they'd dumped the car. She'd inspected the ditch that had been Eric's pond and concluded that it wasn't deep enough. She would have to dig out more earth, and Miss Blackwood readily agreed to do what she could to help her. They would do it at night, in the dark, when nobody was likely to be coming down to the cottage. They set to with their shovels by the flickering light of 2 hurricane lamps, and luckily the weather kept dry. It took them 3 nights, but at last Peggy said, "Right, Miss Blackwood, I think that's deep enough. Let's get them in there." They were weak from the toil and lack of sleep, but eventually, working together, they dragged the parcel of bodies, already beginning to reek the odour of decay, from the back of the van and rolled it laboriously uphill, over and over the grass, and finally tumbling down into the yawning hole. Then came the hard task of filling it in, first using the rocks and boulders from the rockery, heaving them in one at a time, each one landing with a heavy thud. Then they worked with their shovels, refilling the hole from the mound of earth they'd dug out, forming a small hump over the grave. The 2 women pressed the earth firmly in place, stamping up and down in their Wellington boots, as if performing some macabre tribal dance. Miss Blackwood stood beside the grave and started to recite lines from the burial service. "We therefore commit their bodies to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes." But Peggy shut her up, told her to go indoors. The sun was rising, it was nearly dawn, and her work was not yet finished. Using her bare hands, as well as a garden spade, she ripped up or stamped down every plant growing in Eric's garden. With her last remnants of strength, she pulled apart the water feature, smashed the spade down again and again on the little greenhouse, till all that was left was a pile of broken glass and bent metal. It utterly exhausted her, but she felt triumphant, empowered. "So, what do you think of your precious garden now, Eric?" she said, looking around at the devastation. After 5 years of being in constant fear of the man, she'd got her own back at last. Yet despite everything, she had loved him once, and part of her still grieved for him, or at least for the man he had been when they first met. He had been different then, loving, attentive, exciting. That first time he'd put her on the back of his motorbike, and away they'd flown out of the town, and then they were in each other's arms, tumbling and rolling in a field of ripe corn in the warm summer night. And afterwards he said, "You're my lass now, Peg." Strange, too, how gentle he could be, cupping tender seedlings in his hands, showing her how to plant them, carefully pressing down the earth with his bare fingers. "See, you have to mind not to damage the roots, Peg." He could drown a kitten or break a rabbit's neck with a flick of his wrist, but she'd seen him carefully wash and wrap a prize leek and carry it, cradled in his arms like a baby, to the village produce show. But that was all in the past now. In a month or 2, nature would do its work, and the grass, nettles, and thistles would obliterate all signs of this night's work. And she would cease to grieve and be free of him forever. There was no way she could sleep on that blood-stained bed, but she refused Miss Blackwood's offer to stay with her. She washed the mud and dirt from her hands, put her dirty clothes in the washer, collected pillows and a blanket, lay down on the sofa in her sitting room, and slept, dreamlessly, until noon next day. Later that same day, she and Miss Blackwood started to build a bonfire on the field, close to where the bodies were buried. All of Eric's clothes, shoes, personal belongings and papers, The suitcases Eric and Katie had packed, everything he owned, even his stash of pornography she found in the back of the wardrobe, it all went into cardboard boxes left over from when they'd moved in. Miss Blackwood contributed some of the old broken furniture still cluttering up her part of the house, old newspapers and bundles of firewood from the woodshed. They carried up all the bagged-up, blood-stained bed linen out, and last of all, the bed, the mattress, then the divan base. "Destroy it all, my dear," Miss Blackwood commanded, splashing petrol from a can over the towering pyre. She was almost dancing with excitement, as if she was relishing it all. "It is tainted with sin." The blaze roared up quickly, devouring everything, sending up spirals of pungent smoke. It wasn't long before Farmer Armstrong and his son appeared, thinking the cottage must be on fire. Well, what did it matter if everyone knew she'd destroyed Eric's stuff? She didn't even care if this, like the news of Eric and Katie's disappearance, was flying round the village gossip circles, as it surely was. She was just relieved that every last trace of Eric was gone. The fire continued to burn all day and late into the night, and by the morning all that was left was a smouldering heap of ashes and the blackened metal bed springs. There was just one of Eric's possessions left, his shotgun. She decided not to replace it back in the locked cupboard under the stairs, where it was usually kept in a metal box. She didn't want to see it ever again, so she wiped it clean and put it, in its box, up in the little narrow loft above Miss Blackwood's house. And just to make sure Miss Blackwood never got her hands on it again, she removed the loft ladder and stashed it in her own outhouse. As soon as all these jobs were completed, her new bed bought and delivered, and the bedroom carpet and remaining furniture thoroughly scrubbed and the walls repainted, Peggy said to Miss Blackwood, "It's all sorted now. It's all over. So we must never speak of any of this again. And you must not say anything to anybody, ever. Do you understand, Miss Blackwood? Never say anything, or we could both be in serious trouble. Promise me." "I promise, dear. It'll be as if it never happened. As the Lord is my witness, I will keep my promise. And in return, will you promise me something?" "What?" "I know my mind is going the same way as my poor mother's. I forget things, muddle things. I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it half the time, and it will only get worse. Will you look after me, my dear Mrs. Mortimer? Please don't ever let them take me away. Put me in one of those dreadful homes. Do you promise?" Peggy didn't have much choice. "All right, I promise. I'll do my best." So for the next 10 years, she did, and neither of them ever mentioned the killings of Eric and Katie again. As Irene Blackwood's brain slowly unravelled, it seemed, to Peggy's relief, as if she'd completely forgotten what she'd done. Miss Blackwood had also forgotten her promise to speak to her brother about letting Mrs. Mortimer stay on. But that didn't matter, as John Blackwood came to see her, assured her there was no question of evicting her from the cottage, and if she would agree to care for his poor sister Irene and continue her holiday cottage cleaning work, she could stay on rent-free as long as she wished. It was a good 4 or 5 weeks after the killings that police came to Mrs. Mortimer's door. The car had been found, and they'd traced it back to Mr. Eric Mortimer of this address. Mrs. Mortimer stayed very calm as she explained to the young officer that he had gone, and nobody knew where he was. No, she couldn't shed any light on why he had abandoned the car there, other than it was about 14 years old and riddled with rust. "Only fit for scrap," she told him. He seemed happy with that explanation, and the police never bothered her again. If there was gossip in the village, Peggy didn't hear about it because apart from going out to work, she rarely ventured out much anymore, just getting the bus to Alnwick to do her shopping once a week. But about 6 months later, in the autumn, there was a knock at her door, and there stood Jim Harris, Katie's father. She was shocked, not just to see him there, but at his appearance. The jovial, stocky pub landlord she remembered seemed to have shrunk and aged into a grey shadow of a man. He was sorry to bother her, didn't want to intrude or ask difficult personal questions, but he and his wife were worried sick, he said, about their daughter.
Mrs. Mortimer, we were dead against this thing she had going on with your husband. We tried to stop it, but once she turned 18, well, she could do what she wanted, she said. But you know, we would have forgiven her in the end. She knew that. She was our only one after all. And you see, it's been 6 months now, and we haven't heard a word. We've no idea where they could be. We can't understand why she hasn't been in touch. Let us know she's all right.
I don't know how I can help you, Mr. Harris.
We just wondered if you'd heard from Eric at all. We thought he might have been in touch about getting a divorce or something.
I've heard nothing at all from my husband, she replied, starting to close the door to indicate she wished the conversation to end.
I heard they found his car. You know, near the airport, he persisted. Katie's note said they were going to London, but we managed to contact Eric's mate down there, and he said he was expecting them, but they never turned up. We think they may have gone abroad. I often heard him sounding off in the pub about how he wanted to go somewhere warm and sunny one day, open his own bar. We wondered if you knew if Eric had taken his passport when he left.
As far as I am aware, Eric didn't have a passport. He may have got himself one without my knowledge, of course. Now, if you'll excuse me. Jim Harris wasn't going to let this go. He stopped the door from shutting with the flat of his hand.
Sorry to press you on this, Mrs. Mortimer, but our worst fear is that something terrible has happened to her. I don't want to raise this subject. It must be painful for you. But do you think your Eric could have...
He paused, looking as if he might break down in tears at any moment.
Was he the kind of man who could have harmed our Katie? Or, God forbid, worse, do you think? We do remember more than a few times we saw you, Mrs. Mortimer, with a black eye or a cut lip. And that time your arm was in plaster.
I had several mishaps falling from my bicycle, she snapped. I am quite sure Eric has not harmed your daughter.
Are you?
He looked doubtful.
Well, please, you will let us know if you ever do hear anything from Eric, or have any thoughts on where they might be. My wife is so upset. The bairn must have arrived by now, and we would forgive Katie anything if we could only just see the baby, our grandchild.
Peggy was astounded.
A baby? What baby? Oh, Jim Harris said, his voice beginning to break. Katie was in the family way. My wife knew. Well, women do notice these things, don't they? I think that's why Katie decided to run away. She thought we'd make her give up the baby, I expect, but we wouldn't have done that.
The man's shoulders were shaking. He put his head in his hands, stifling a sob. Mrs. Mortimer didn't want that kind of scene on her doorstep. I will most certainly inform you if I hear of anything, Mr. Harris, but I very much doubt I will. And with that, she shut the door with a firm click. She had got rid of him, and without actually telling a single untruth, apart from the one about falling off her bike. So, Katie Harris was expecting. That was an upsetting thing to hear, And surprising, too. Eric always said he didn't like children, hated babies, never wanted any. So Miss Blackwood had destroyed the lives of 3, not 2. Still, the child had probably been spared a terrible upbringing, with a flighty teenage mother and a sadistic bully for a father. She would never let Miss Blackwood know that she'd killed an unborn bairn. She had strong views on abortion, the massacre of the innocents, she called it. It was a good thing, Peggy thought, that Miss Blackwood didn't know about the 2 terminations Eric forced her to have. "Get rid of it, or I'll knock it out of you," he'd said, both times, pressing his clenched fist under her chin. The years went by, and she kept her promise to care for the old lady. But she knew she couldn't carry on when she saw Miss Blackwood late one night, stark naked, standing in the field, shouting and pacing up and down at the spot where the bodies were buried. She then tottered up the path to the cliff top as if the hounds of hell were behind her and would have jumped over the edge if Mrs. Mortimer hadn't grabbed her, wrapped a blanket round her, and taken her home. "They were rising up, Mrs. Mortimer, coming to seek their revenge," she said, shivering with fear and cold. "Who was rising up?" Peggy asked her, dreading to hear the answer. Miss Blackwood's gaunt face crumpled into an expression of utter confusion and distress. "I don't know. I can't remember. But it's to do with something bad. Very bad," she wailed. "Somebody died. There was blood. We buried them. Was it you killed them? Or was it me?" Next morning, Mrs. Mortimer rang Mr. Blackwood and told him she couldn't care for his sister any more. Peggy stayed inside the house when they came. Miss Blackwood was probably too far gone to realise that Mrs. Mortimer hadn't kept her promise, but nevertheless, she didn't want to see her face as they took her away. They didn't expect her to live much longer, John Blackwood told her. The longest time a dementia sufferer survived after the onset was usually between 8 and 12 years. But somehow Miss Blackwood defied the odds, resisting death for more than another 25 years. But now the old lady was gone. Sitting at her kitchen table, Mrs. Mortimer decided she wouldn't think about the past any more. It all seemed like a bad, distant nightmare anyway, so best let it go. In another 50 years or so, this cottage might well have tumbled into the sea, and in time, the waves would begin to claim the field behind. And maybe then the grave and its secrets would be revealed as the earth crumbled away. But what did it matter? She would be long gone by then, along with everyone who remembered that Eric and Katie ever existed. Chapter 28. Peter was all packed up and ready to go. It was 8 in the morning and looked as if it would be a bright and sunny day for late November, the sea a deep and calm Mediterranean blue. As the weather had been good, they spent their last weekend out and about, discovering a couple of little hidden bays to walk along, as well as a pub with views across wide fields to the distant hills. "We'll come back up this way again," Peter promised, "but not for quite so long next time." Jane came out to see him off, assuring him yes, she would be fine on her own, and yes, she could manage to pack up all the remaining stuff. Just before he set off, he hugged her and said, "You know, I was thinking, I was wrong to overrule you about the inscription on Angela's memorial stone. If you want, I can arrange to have those words you wanted put on it. You know, the love you lots like jelly tots thing." "It's all right," she said. "It doesn't make any difference now what's on it. She knew we loved her when she was with us. That's all that matters." "Yeah, I suppose so." They both stood silent for a moment, remembering Angela. "Peter." "What?" Why did it happen to us? Why was it our daughter that had to die?
Jane, I don't know. Ask me why the stars shine, why water is fluid, why the sky's blue, what we are made of, what black holes are, and why the universe is expanding. I can answer those questions. But there are some things I can't answer. Nobody can answer.
Yes, I know, she said. I suppose the answer is that there isn't an answer. She kissed him. See you on Wednesday, then. Once he was gone, she got busy with a mop and bucket and cleaned all the floors downstairs. She took the rugs outside and gave them a good shake. She dusted the ornaments, the shelves, the dresser, brushed and straightened the curtains, cleaned the windows and windowsills. Now to tackle upstairs. She picked up the bucket and mop. As she took the first step, she heard a quiet little voice above her say, "Don't leave." Emily was standing on the landing at the top of the stairs, looking directly at Jane. Jane stared back, her heart pounding. "Please go away, Emily," she said shakily. "You aren't there. You don't exist." As if to prove her right, the girl evaporated, disappeared in an instant, like a popped bubble. She went upstairs into the bedroom, stripped the bed. She was just bundling all the bed linen together when the bedroom door slammed shut with a loud bang. That was odd. It wasn't a windy day. She dropped the sheets, went to open the door. It wouldn't open. She pushed, rattled the handle, shouted, "Let me out, Emily! Let me out!" Her breath was coming in quick, panicky gasps. She heard footsteps running up and down outside on the landing, down the stairs. How had her mind made up a locked door? Then suddenly, the door flew open again. She ran out. Emily was there, facing her, on the landing at the top of the stairs. "Don't leave," she said, in her high, shrill child's voice. "Why do you keep saying that? I am leaving. I can't take any notice of you. You aren't there. It's just the blob in my head making you up." Pop. She vanished again. As Jane came to the top of the stairs, Emily appeared again at the bottom, staring up at her with a desperate, pleading look in her eyes. Jane had to look away, squeeze her eyes shut. "Go away! You're not real! You're not real! You're not real!" she kept repeating. And when she opened her eyes again, Emily had gone. Jane embarked on a frenzy of cleaning, dreading the reappearance at any moment of the girl who wasn't real. She filled the washing machine with sheets and towels, scrubbed the bathroom till everything shone, cleaned the kitchen, the oven and hob, emptied the fridge and washed it. All was quiet. Too quiet. She would put the radio on, listen to some undemanding music. It was playing a thumping, catchy little pop song she didn't recognise, and she began to relax, bob about in time to it as she wiped over the worktops. Then the music stopped abruptly. The radio began making a buzzing noise, like static, and that high, plaintive child's voice came loud and clear out of the radio. "Don't leave! Don't leave! Don't leave! Don't—" She pressed the off switch. She would have to get out of the house. She threw on her coat, began walking up the path towards the cliff top. There, she paced up and down, looking out to the tranquil sea and the gently rolling waves, breathing deeply, trying to calm herself. For a while she watched a black cormorant, diving arrow straight into the sea, emerging from the waves, then diving once more. And then she looked down, and there she was again, the little girl, standing among the rocks. She lifted her head, and her voice wafted up from below. "Don't leave! Emily, go away!" she shouted back. "Leave me alone! You're in my head, you're not real. And even if you are a ghost, I can't help you. I can't bring you back to life. You're dead. But I'm alive. I'm real. Do you hear me, Emily?
I'm real. You're not.
She turned back to the house, her hands shaking as she made herself some tea, toast and Marmite, comforting food that helped to calm her, reminding her of cosy winter tea times beside the fire with Nan. For the rest of the day, she carried on with the cleaning and tidying, dried and ironed the bed linen, then made a start on packing her things. Emily didn't appear again. Whoever or whatever she was, it seemed to Jane that she had got the message. Emily had gone. Peter rang.
Everything okay, darling?
Jane said it was. No point in worrying him. Peter told her everything in the flat was good too and ready for her return. The doctors had left everything spick and span, he said. Jane said, Peter, is it okay if I come home tomorrow instead of Wednesday? I've got the cottage looking presentable and done most of my packing. There doesn't seem much point in me hanging around for an extra day.
Yes, all right. That would be great. I'm missing you already.
Later, she lit the fire, making a mental note that she would have to clean it out tomorrow. She rang Susie, and they had a long chat about Christmas plans and Susie's baby news.
The bump's getting huge, and she keeps me awake all night kicking, Susie said.
And Jane felt a little pang, remembering how she would take Peter's hand and put it on her belly so he could feel Angela's hard little heel pressing against it. Before she went to bed, Jane took all her clothes off their hangers in the wardrobe, folded and packed them. She emptied the chest of drawers and packed those things too. Now she only had to put her night clothes, wash bag and hairbrush in tomorrow. She fell asleep quickly, thinking about being back in the flat and how good that would feel. She would miss the sound of the sea, though. She had grown used to it. An hour later, she was wide awake. It was dark, and someone was in the room. She could hear scuffling sounds coming from the wardrobe, the wire coat hangers rattling inside, drawers being slid open, slammed shut, then a rustling noise from somewhere on the other side of the room. She lay frozen, surrounded by darkness.
Emily, she whispered. Is that you? I told you to go away.
Dreading what she might see, she snapped on the bedside light. There didn't seem to be anyone there, but the wardrobe door was wide open, and all the clothes she'd packed away were inside, back on their hangers. The 2 suitcases she'd packed and closed were still on the floor, but their lids were thrown open and they were empty. She got up, looked in the chest of drawers, and they too had been refilled with all her things. What could it mean? Surely her brain wasn't imagining this. Or had she been sleepwalking again? Yes, that must be the answer. She must have unpacked everything in her sleep. But why? She got back into bed, turned out the light and fell asleep. It was a restless, uneasy sleep, filled with dreams of Emily. Emily running over the rocks on the beach. Emily on the stairs. Emily at the window, tapping. Emily, frantic and screaming over and over, "Don't leave! Don't leave! Don't leave!" In the morning, she hurriedly packed all her things again, stripped her bed, and made it up with the clean sheets. She couldn't wait to get out now, get away. The remains of the fire were still smouldering in the log burner, so she would have to leave that, and the sheets she'd slept in last night. She wheeled her cases to put in her car. There was a plastic carrier bag on the doorstep. Inside was a flat, bubble-wrapped parcel. She took it back indoors and read the post-it note attached. "Dear Jane, we thought you might like this as a gift to remind you of your stay. We hope to see you up this way again sometime. Sincerely, Tim and Sheila Wetherell." She unwrapped it. It was the oil painting of the cottage, with the field of poppies. And the little figure was there once again. Not crumbs, not a squashed insect, but tiny painted brushstrokes. A child with blonde hair, dressed in red,
standing in the field near the cottage. Only this time, the face wasn't featureless. Its mouth was a dark round dot, a mouth open wide in a silent scream. Why on earth would Sheila Wetherall have painted that on? Was it some kind of bizarre joke, or was her brain imagining this too? Anyway, there was no way she would keep the picture. She never wanted to look at it again. She would leave it in the cottage. She left it face down on the coffee table, had a quick look round to see everything was looking clean and tidy. Then she locked the door behind her, put the key in an envelope, wrote Mrs. Mortimer on the front, adding the words "thank you" as an afterthought, although she didn't really think she had much to thank her for. Luckily, Mrs. Mortimer wasn't in the kitchen to spot her as she pushed the envelope through her door. She got in the car, breathing a sigh of relief, and turned the key. She would be home in 45 minutes or so, if the roads were clear. She bumped up the track, and just as she rounded the bend, there she was again. Emily was standing right in front of the car in the middle of the track, in her red pyjamas, arms spread wide like the angel of the north, still and staring. Instinctively, Jane stamped on the brake. What am I doing? She thought. I can't run over a hallucination. She's not real. She's not there. Then, poof, the figure disappeared. Releasing her breath, Jane started up again, jolting over the ruts towards the road. She had intended to stop off at the farm to say a quick goodbye to the Armstrongs, but now she just wanted to press on, put as much distance as she could between herself and the cottage. As she reached a short distance from the end of the track, there was Emily again, standing right in the centre near the junction with the road. No, she wouldn't stop this time. She would drive straight at her. She pressed her foot down, and the engine roared as she came closer and closer, the little girl's face looming nearer and nearer. She was so close now, she could see Minnie Mouse's spidery eyelashes, the freckles on the girl's nose, and she shouted out loud, "You're not there!" Pushed the accelerator hard to the floor, and then... nothing. No thump. No scream. She wasn't there. Never had been. Thank God it's over, Jane thought. At the junction, Jane slowed down to check for traffic. She looked left, and as she turned her head to the right, oh, God! Emily reared up, tapping hard at her side window, closer than she'd ever been before. Tap, tap, tap. Jane was angry now. She wound down the window. "What do you want? Why won't you leave me alone?" And Emily shouted back, right in her face, "Don't leave!" drawing that last word out into a long, anguished howl. Jane was frantic to get away now, close to tears, her heart banging in her chest. She remembered what Susie had said. Was she staring at some version of herself she'd created in her messed-up brain, a lost and lonely child desperate for help? Or, as she had once thought, some spirit of a murdered child come from her watery grave under the sea? Whatever she was, Jane couldn't help her. "I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sorry if I've laid you down, but I have to leave," she said, her voice breaking into a sob. But Emily had gone. She turned left into the road and headed for home. When she looked into her rear-view mirror, there was no sign of Emily. Mrs. Mortimer was pleasantly surprised. They had gone now, earlier than expected, and that was very convenient. It gave her a lot more time, nearly 3 weeks, to give the cottage a proper clean before the next occupant arrived. She was feeling more and more tired, so it was good she didn't have to rush at it. Mr. Blackwood had called on her, told her on no account was she to do any cleaning until she was better. He would get the girls on the cleaning team to come down. But Mrs. Mortimer had insisted she could do it. She wanted to do it. It was her job. But now she was in,
She saw that her next door had left it spotless, even changed the bedding, so there wasn't too much to do, just the wood burner to clean out and a couple of sheets and pillowcases to wash. They'd replaced the carriage clock on the mantelpiece that had got smashed, and even left a new painting of the cottage. She was no judge of art, but it looked quite pretty with all those bright red poppies. Some sort of goodbye gift, she supposed. Anyway, it was a nice gesture, and she would find a suitable wall to hang it on. One thing she noticed hadn't been done, and that was emptying the rubbish bin in the kitchen, but that wouldn't take a minute to do. She lifted out the plastic liner, tied up the top, and carried it out to the wheelie bin, which was due to be collected tomorrow. As she stuffed it in, she noticed the corner of something red poking out of a black sack at the bottom of the wheelie bin. That looked familiar. She pulled it out, untied the knot, and looked inside. It was the red cushion from the sofa. She took it out of the bag and inspected it. It was a bit smelly from being in with the rubbish, but otherwise there was nothing wrong with it. No stains or rips. Why on earth had Mrs. Eagle, and she was sure it was her, done such a peculiar thing and thrown away a perfectly good cushion? It provided such a nice cheery splash of colour on the grey sofa. Well, no problem. She would wash it and put it back where it belonged. Chapter 29. Winter had arrived. Jane opened her windows that morning to see the bare branches of the tree outside edged with white frost. Strange, but until she went to live up the coast, she never really noticed the seasons of the year as one gradually merged into another, and how the subtle changes in the weather were reflected in the sky and sea, the sounds and the scents. She'd been back in town 3 weeks now, and already the cottage by the sea and all that had happened there were beginning to seem like a distant dream. Today she had a doctor's appointment, and afterwards she was calling into the office to see everyone there. The students had all gone home, so they weren't busy, and the whole campus was peaceful and quiet. She had a gossipy, happy lunch with Susie, then did a bit of Christmas shopping. She wondered how she could ever have felt overwhelmed by the bustling crowds and the dazzling decorations. She loved it now, and for the first time since Angela died, she was looking forward to Christmas. On the way home, she called in at the chemist's and collected her prescription. She'd been to the doctor, who agreed to put her back on medication. She really didn't want to slip back into that dark place again, and this time there had been no pressure from Peter, who now seemed to be making a supreme effort not to be controlling or overbearing. "Darling, it's your decision. You do what you think best," he kept saying. So now, back in the flat, among all the old familiar things, she took the blister pack of tablets out of the box and looked at it. Then she slid it back, closed the flap. She was feeling well. There'd been no hallucinations, no voices, no sleepwalking. It wouldn't hurt to wait a while, put the medication away, see how things went. And then there was something else, something really important she had to check out. She lifted another little box she'd got at the chemist's out of her bag and took it to the bathroom. Mrs. Mortimer shivered when she opened her door. It was bitterly cold, the east wind spitting little needles of freezing rain in her face, each breath out forming a white cloud. The new occupant was due to arrive that afternoon, so she wanted to make sure the heating was on for them. She didn't know anything about them, only that it was a Mrs. Bailey who had made the booking. She hoped she wouldn't have to wait too long. She was getting more tired and weak now, needing to rest every afternoon. The nurse had been to see her about stepping up her pain medication and talked about a stay at the hospice to sort that out. Now that prospect was beginning to look more inviting than a walk into the icy waters of the North Sea. She'd just given the cottage a last flick over with a duster when she heard a car coming down the track. Mrs. Bailey was youngish and on her own. That was unusual, Mrs. Mortimer thought,
and she looked the nervy type, fiddling with her car keys as she followed her into the cottage.
"I think you'll find everything you need here," Mrs. Mortimer said.
The woman seemed distracted, not really taking in what Mrs. Mortimer was saying as she explained the intricacies of the central heating controls and the washing machine.
"The cottage is very well equipped, very comfortable, as you can see. Yes, it all seems very nice. I feel I should warn you, though, it can be a little isolated and quiet, you know, especially now winter's here. The last couple who were here, well, it didn't suit her in particular, being here all day on her own." "Oh, I'm not on my own. My daughter will be with me, and it'll suit us just fine. To be honest with you, isolation is exactly what we need. I've just been through a very messy divorce, you see." "I'm sorry to hear that, I'm sure. And will your daughter be joining you later?" "Oh, no, she's with me now, still in the car. I'm afraid she's being a bit difficult today. She didn't want to get out."
Mrs. Mortimer looked out of the kitchen window to where the car was parked, and she could now see a child with fair hair in the back seat.
"I'll fetch her,"
the woman said, striding out to the car. Mrs. Mortimer noticed how tall Mrs. Bailey was. She would have to warn her to watch her head coming in through the low doorway. Now Mrs. Bailey was flinging open the rear door where the child sat with her head down, her arms folded defiantly.
"Get out of the car now," the woman commanded. "I don't want to. I want to go back to Daddy's. I don't like it here."
The girl's voice was shrill and insistent.
"Don't be silly. You haven't even seen it yet. It's lovely, and so close to the sea we'll feel like we're on a ship. Come and see."
The child unfastened her seatbelt and slithered reluctantly out of the car. Reading other people's emotions from their expression or body language wasn't one of Mrs. Mortimer's skills, but when the child glanced over to her, she recognized at once the fear in her eyes. The mother took hold of the little girl's hand.
"That's right. Now come along inside, Emily, before you get cold."
Mrs. Mortimer couldn't seem to settle to anything when she was back in her house. She felt uneasy. She could hear the child next door crying. Something didn't feel right about Mrs. Bailey and the little girl. Jane perched on the edge of the bath, staring at the small white stick in her hand. She'd been so nervous waiting to see the result, she'd had a quick shower to distract herself. And now, wrapped in a towel, she picked up the stick and saw the 2 vertical blue lines. Positive. So, how did she feel about this? Excited? Yes. Elated? Yes. Terrified? Yes. But then she heard Nan's voice in her head, clear as a bell. "Everything will be all right this time, Flower." Yes, of course it would. At 4:30, it was already dark outside. Peter was away for the day, taking Christmas presents to his sister and her family in Edinburgh. He wouldn't be back until later in the evening. Jane opened the bathroom window to let out the steam. The cold air was a shock to her warm, bare shoulders. As she looked up at the night sky, an almost full moon sailed into view from behind the wisps of cloud, a halo of bright light surrounding it. In another few hours, it would be a perfect golden circle. And as it shone down, filling the bathroom with its brilliance, so a sudden illumination flooded into Jane's mind, and everything became clear. Of course. Why hadn't she realized before? If spirits could come from the past, they could come from that other dimension too. The future. Nan had tried to tell her. "Look to the future, Flower. Look to the future," came Nan's voice again. She couldn't change the past, but maybe, just maybe, she could change the future. The frosty night, the full moon. It would be tonight, and she knew what she had to do. She placed the pregnancy test carefully back on the shelf, That news could wait for now. As she quickly dressed, she considered whether she should phone someone. This couldn't wait till Peter's return. Nigel? No, this was something she had to do on her own. But there was someone else who could help. She prayed Peter had jotted down the number in his address book, not just kept it on his phone. Mrs. Mortimer was trying to doze, but she could hear the child still crying next door, and it was making her very anxious. Her phone rang. "Mrs. Mortimer, it's Jane Eagle." Her voice sounded breathless, excited. What on earth could she want? "Yes?" "Look, has the new occupant next door arrived? Is she a tall woman with a young, fair-haired girl?" "That's correct. Mrs. Bailey and her daughter." Mrs. Mortimer was wary. How did she know about them? "Deanna Bailey, of course! Look, I know it sounds odd, but I know that woman. She is seriously disturbed, and I know the child is in terrible danger." "I see. Well, the bairn does seem upset. What should I do, Mrs. Eagle? Should I ring the police?" "No, not yet. I'm on my way. I wonder, could you possibly go round there, Mrs. Mortimer? Keep her talking until I get there. Make sure the child is safe. Even find some excuse to take her back to your place if her mother will let you." Keep her talking? Mrs. Mortimer was not sure what she would talk about. "I suppose I could show her how to light the log burner." "Yes, anything. Just don't let Emily out of your sight." "Thank you, Mrs. Mortimer, thank you." "And what will you do when you get here?" "I shall talk to her, the woman. She may remember me. We were in hospital together. She's mentally ill, Mrs. Mortimer, and I know what that's like. I understand her torment. But the really important thing is we stop her harming herself and Emily." "We?" "Yes, we can do this if we work together, you and me. Will you help?" There was a long silence. "Mrs. Mortimer." Mrs. Mortimer stood motionless, staring into the middle distance. A dull ache from the pit of her stomach was creeping its way slowly through her body. It wasn't the cancer pain. It was something different. A deeper, darker pain that had been buried away for so long that she didn't recognize what it was at first. Then she understood. The forced abortions, the killing of Eric and Katie Harris, and the innocent baby growing inside her belly. Even the poor kittens. Guilt, grief, anger, helplessness. She couldn't do anything then, but she could do something now. Death and sorrow had cast enough shadows over this place. It was time to make amends. Quietly, and with just the slightest tremble in her voice, she spoke. "Very well. I will go round there now." Mrs. Mortimer put down the phone and went to fetch her coat. Jane scribbled a quick note for Peter, grabbed her car keys. She would drive, as fast as she safely could now. She had another life beside her own to take care of, back up the A1, along the moonlit back lanes towards the sea and the cottage with the 2 chimneys. "I'm coming, Emily," she said. "It's going to be all right." Chapter 30. The room was dim, the only light coming from the flickering flames of the log burner and the creamy yellow full moon shining through a crack in the drawn curtains. Mrs. Mortimer sat stiffly on the edge of the sofa, pain twisting her guts, and desperately hoping Mrs. Eagle would hurry up. She wasn't sure how much longer she could carry on this conversation. "You really don't have to stay with us," Mrs. Bailey said, her voice so flat and low Mrs. Mortimer could barely hear it. "Now the fires are light and you've shown me how it works. I'm sure you have things to be getting on with. I know I do." She was an odd-looking woman, Mrs. Mortimer thought, standing there in the kitchen doorway, so tall and rigid, with her short spiky hair and her face almost skull-like in the half-light, with high cheekbones and little brown eyes set deep in dark sockets, constantly watching the child. The poor little girl was curled up on the floor next to the fire, hugging her knees, and only occasionally lifting her head to peep nervously back at her mother. There was a long silence. Mrs. Mortimer couldn't think what to say. Really, she wasn't any good at conversation at the best of times. But then she had an idea.
Oh, before I go, I wonder if you were perhaps planning to put up some Christmas decorations? Some of our visitors like to bring their own, but if not, I have a very nice artificial tree and a box of decorations I can fetch for you.
No, thank you, Mrs. Bailey said over her shoulder as she went into the kitchen. Mrs. Mortimer could hear her rummaging in the cutlery drawer.
Oh, but you must have a tree for the bairn. She can come next door with me and help choose what decorations she'd like from the box. There's all sorts. Lights, silver balls, tinsel, and I think a number of different fairies to go on the top.
She looked directly at the little girl.
I think you'd like to choose which one you'd like best, wouldn't you?
The child nodded. Her cheeks were wet with tears. Mrs. Mortimer felt an odd emotion filling the area around her heart, a sensation she wasn't accustomed to. It must be what they called compassion. She stood up and held her hand out to the girl.
Howie, then, come with me.
She bent her head towards her and in what she hoped was an urgent but kindly tone, whispered in her ear,
You'll be safe with me. Come on, pet, quick, while your mammy's in the kitchen.
The little girl's hand was so small and warm and damp in her hand. She'd never held a real child's hand before. Then they were in the lobby, at the door, about to open it, but Mrs. Bailey was suddenly behind them.
No,
she barked. Mrs. Mortimer swung round to face her, pushing Emily behind her, shielding her. Mrs. Bailey loomed over them, backing them trapped against the door. She stepped forwards, and something flashed bright in her hand. Something long, sharp, steely. She was clutching a carving knife, waving it inches from Mrs. Mortimer's face.
Don't you dare take my child away. If you take her away from me, I'll kill you. Do you hear? I'll kill you, she hissed.
Mrs. Mortimer groped desperately behind her back for the door handle, praying it wasn't locked. If she could just open the door a little way, she could urge the child to run. But just as her fingers closed around the handle, she felt the cold sharpness of the knife point pressed against her neck. Emily shrieked and clutched to the back of Mrs. Mortimer's coat.
I assure you, Mrs. Bailey, killing me poses no threat,
Mrs. Mortimer said, keeping her voice calm and steady.
I'm dying anyway, so the doctors say. So you would actually be doing me something of a favour, hastening the process. But really, think what witnessing such a thing would do to your poor bairn, not to mention the consequences for you. I don't care. Emily and I won't be in this world much longer anyway. We'll be together forever. In heaven.
Mrs. Mortimer felt the knife point release its pressure, saw the other woman's arm drawing back slowly, ready to strike. And then there were headlights, a car door slamming, running footsteps. Mrs. Bailey looked up, startled. The door flew open, bringing in a blast of freezing air. Jane Eagle stood there, breathing hard. She lunged forward, grabbed Mrs. Mortimer's arm with one hand, Emily's arm with the other, pushed them out of the door, shouting,
Run, both of you, run!
As they hurtled together towards the light and safety of Mrs. Mortimer's door, Jane called after them,
Ring the police, Mrs. Mortimer. Tell them she's got a knife. Diana, it's all right. It's me. Jane Eagle, remember me? We were in hospital together.
The woman stood opposite her, staring blankly, saying nothing, her fingers nervously clenching and unclenching around the knife handle.
No, I don't suppose you do remember. We were both in a pretty bad state at that time. I just want to help you. You and Emily. So you don't need that knife, do you? More silence, more staring. Then Deanna Bailey said, "She's taken my daughter. I've lost her, haven't I?" Her knees folded beneath her, and she slithered down to the floor, slumped with her back against the wall. She turned the knife towards her own chest, the point pressing against her skin. "I don't want to live any more. Not without Emily." Jane sat down beside her on the floor. She spoke quietly, urgently. "Listen, Deanna. I know what it feels like, not wanting to live without your child, the one person you love most in the world. I understand that, because I lost my daughter too, only I lost her forever, and can never see her or hold her in my arms again, because she died. I won't ever see her grow up, become a young woman, be there when she graduates, or follows her chosen career, or even has children of her own. But Emily is alive. She can do all those things. Would you really want to rob her of that life, that future? And you can be a mother to her again once you're well,